Welcome to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Over the next 4 hours, we'll bring you all the action, all the goals and interviews as well. Over 4 divisions in Scotland and, of course, the Barclays Premier League down south, all in the company of Alan Ruff, Gordon Smith and Murdo MacLeod to give us their opinions on the stories that have been emerging over the course of the week. Really looking forward to the programme this afternoon. If you are checking your coupon, or indeed if you can't get out to a football match, then this is the place to stay for the best of Scottish football. And of course there's only one story in town, and it happens to be the man we call Joey Barton. It's been a story that I think we've been at the heart of, Ruffy, because it was our exclusive story that has been sent home from training. When we broke that story, I could see the whole of social media going absolutely crazy on it. The altercation from the Tuesday, it's now gathered pace, it's now moved on to the point where I think Rangers don't look upon his discussions on TalkSport in England as something that they had sanctioned. They weren't too happy that he decided to go on a radio station to try and put his case across again. And I think the further development on this is it doesn't seem to have any contrition on being sent away from the training and banned from training. He doesn't look upon that as if he's done anything wrong.
No, you're right. You know, I think it was a situation that we all thought would happen at some time. Obviously with his reputation, as I said the other day there, we weren't privy to be in that dressing room to see what was happening, you know, but I think the three of us have been in a dressing room where the discussions like that go on. It does get heated, you know, voices get raised. Sometimes there could be an odd punch or two, but that's okay with players. It's what happened when he went into that manager's office and what the conversation was there, and if it carried on in the same vein and the same magnitude, and you have to draw the conclusion that to be banned for 5 or 6 days, it followed in the same vein. So to me, it's up to the manager now to make, I don't know, he has to make a decision. You know, because as we all know, again, you allow a player like that back into a dressing room and he's upset a few players, you're upsetting the whole team for one guy. So I think the manager now has got a decision to make, and we'll just have to wait and see what he does.
Yeah, and before I get your answer on it, it's probably our first tweet today. Should Joey Barton remain at Rangers, yes or no? It's a fairly simple one that you can answer for us. We will, throughout the afternoon, give you the percentages for yes and the percentages for no on this. Ruffy, you clearly think no.
I clearly think no, if the conversation with the manager was something that the manager decides that I can't have this, you know, I can't have a player swearing at me, whatever, you know, and making a fool of me in front of all the other players. I have to make a stand here, because footballers are driven by the manager, and if you think that you can pull the wool over the manager, other players will try it on, and I think this is a decision that he's got to make. Obviously he'll come back on Monday. Again, it depends on what kind of vein he's in, but as you've just touched on, he's in the radio, he's on the television, saying that he's nothing to do with him, doesn't think he's done anything wrong. That's a big problem as well. So I think the manager and the assistant manager will be taking everything in stock when he comes in on Monday, and then they'll see what his reaction is then.
Yeah, I know you were slightly peeved on Friday that I didn't give you the platform to try and back up why you said no. Are you happy with that now?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I've had a look at the terms of the contract and the sheet that you handed to me on Friday night, and the tweet that you put out about your opinion on it. I'm going to get Gordon Smith's opinion on it and Murdo's as well, and they will obviously give us their viewpoint on it. You can as well. Should Joey Barton remain as a Rangers player, yes or no? We'll be tweeting that out. You can get on Twitter at Peter and Ruffy, and also facebook.com/Peter and Ruffy. There's football this afternoon to talk about. We'll also have a little sneak preview of our special guest from Monday night's programme. It's not to be missed. It's the greatest ever footballer. I don't care what Gordon Smith says. The greatest ever footballer is on our show on Monday night. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Just before the break, I was teasing you with the fact that we've got the greatest ever player to play the game anywhere in the world, on the planet, doesn't matter. Pele will be our special guest on Monday night's programme. 1-to-1, not to be missed. Join us if you can. STV Glasgow, STV Edinburgh at 7 o'clock. Gordon Smith clearly thought Lionel Messi was going to be on the programme, but I think if you're a sensible person who you know all about football and you know that scoring goals and being the first, the pioneer, I think if you know about football, Murdo, you know that Pele's on the show on Monday night.
Yeah, top man, isn't he? You know, scoring so many goals, playing in so many World Cups, winning so many World Cups, just fantastic, and it's an interview we'll not miss.
Yeah, and of course he's primed, he's ready. He's ready to fight me. He's not having it.
Pele said, Messi is the best player over the last 15 years.
Yes.
Yeah. But he doesn't go back to his
era. I think Pele's the most successful player ever, and he was fantastic. I don't think there's any doubt about it. It's very hard to judge players at that level against each other, to be honest with you. But I think just in terms of natural ability, and I think Messi's just slightly ahead of him in that respect, but probably
on natural ability
and natural skill in terms of technique, and Messi's ahead of Pele.
Okay, our next tweet is: should Gordon Smith remain in the studio?
He's been trying for 4 years to get an interview with Pele. And you're not going back.
No,
he's not the best.
I think it's fantastic. Pele for me, I was a little kid. I'll be honest with you, I went along to see the '66 game. I got my dad to take me to Hampden when Scotland played them in 1966, and I have to tell you this, Pele did very little in the game. I was very disappointed. I went along to see him specifically, not Scotland even, just to see Pele play, and he didn't do a lot. And to be fair, he didn't have a great World Cup. He did get kicked out of the World Cup in '66. But considering the fact, I've said this to a lot of people, considering he's the most successful player, and it's hard to argue against him being the best in respect of the fact he won 3 World Cups. First one as a 17-year-old and scored in the final and all that sort of thing. So you can't take that away. That's more than Messi has done in football. I agree with that.
And when you were on the panels with him, did you remind him how poor he was in that game that you went to?
I did tell him that.
Absolutely. To be fair,
he said he saw me once and I wasn't too good either, so it was all right.
He was at the Locarno the night before that match against Scotland. He'd been out. Anyway,
well, the best player of that game, the best player in that match, and fun enough, and I became a big fan of his as well, was Jim Baxter. Actually was the best player in the match, and he was the one that got all the write-ups. But Brazil, it was a one each draw. In fact, by the time I got into the ground, because we'd come up from Ayrshire, Stevie Chalmers had already scored, so I can't even remember that goal, because Scotland were 1-0 up after I think a minute or something like that, and it finished 1 each. But it was, as I say, I was a big fan. Pele, there's been 3 great players in my opinion. The rest fall below it slightly. There's Pele, Maradona, Messi. That's the 3.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, it's all about opinions, but none of us agree with Gordon's on the programme. That's the great thing about it. We can all fight about it, you know.
But I think the older generation, Peter, growing up, the best player in the world was Pele. All the time, and now there's so much coverage now of people like Messi, who is absolutely a genius, fantastic football player. And you look back at Maradona in his time as well, fantastic football player. There's just so many great players, but when you look back and you talk about who's the best player, you always say Pele. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, that's the great thing about football. I mean, we joke about it, we have a laugh about it in here in the studio, but all these players are to be enjoyed, and certainly, to get the chance to sit down with one of your heroes of all time and have a chat with him was just an absolute joy, and hopefully you'll enjoy it on Monday night. We'll give you a little snippet of what he was talking about a little later in the programme. Alan Ruff, Gordon Smith and Murdo McLeod are here with me. We'll be hearing from Des McKeown very shortly. I've got to get your thoughts then, guys, on your take on Joey Barton. We are running a poll at the moment. Should he remain as a Rangers player? What's your take on it, Gordon? Because here is a man who, to take this whole thing a little further on, here is a man who has been bragging that he was going to be the best player in the league. Here is a man who said he was going to have, Scott Brown wasn't in his league in the match, didn't materialise in the Old Firm game, and take out the Celtic Rangers game. Rangers fans haven't seen anything to suggest that he was going to be anywhere near the best player for Rangers, never mind the best player in the country.
Yeah, I think it's crucial what you're saying, because what happens is, in my experience in the game, and the guys are probably the same, is depends how you're doing on the field. that reflects exactly people's opinion on what should happen when you actually step out of line. I've seen it many times. If somebody great steps out of line and they're a fantastic player, they're worth a lot of money, the club say, we need to try and help them and get them to recover from this situation. You know, they do their best they can for them. If the player's not doing it on the park, the club say we need to make an issue of this and make an example. We can't have that. So what you've got is a situation where even within the club and out with the club, he has not been playing too well. His reputation is not high at the moment among the Rangers support, or maybe even among the club, and maybe even among the Rangers players who he's arguing with. And it sounds to me as if he's had arguments with the players in the dressing room, maybe after the game. He's very opinionated, there's no question of that. Then Mark Warburton's maybe had a word with him. He's had a row with him too on a personal basis. I don't know if that was in front of all the other players, but Mark Warburton's the one that's decided to put him away. Now, it's a lot easier to make that decision when the guy you've got this problem with is not performing. If he's not doing it, it becomes a much easier thing, because even the supporters will go, yeah, that's probably the right thing.
Well, let's be honest about it, Murdo. This is a guy who has always been forthright in his opinion. I've got no problem with that. As Gordon said, that's fine if you're doing it on the park as well. I mean, I was reading Lee Croft was a teammate of his at Manchester City, and he says even at 20 years of age, Joey Barton was walking in there and giving Robbie Fowler, Nicholas Anelka and Nicole a piece of his mind.
Yeah, well, if you're good enough, Peter, you can go and you can have a go at people, whether it's your teammates or the opposition players, other teams. You can. The social media just now, he's out there all the time and he's having a go at people. But as Gordon touched on there, if you're not doing it on the pitch, then your own fans will have a go at you, and they'll not really back you up because you're not doing it on the pitch. No, I was reading it was with him and Andy Halliday are getting on with each other, but that's not the issue. The issue is with the manager. And it's how he's spoken to the manager. And if the manager thinks he was totally out of order, the manager makes the decision whether he stays or he goes. It's not the players, it's not his teammates, it's the manager. And I don't know whether the argument was in front of other players.
That's what I was wondering.
If it's in front of other players and he's pulled down the manager, if he's had a go at the manager in front of other players, he's out the door.
Yeah, but this is not just an isolated incident. I was speaking to Mark Schwarzer the other day there, and he said, he said you don't get a situation where suddenly somebody is bombed out because they've had one isolated incident where everybody's, tension, emotions are running high, they've lost to their great rivals 5-1. Sure, everybody's going to shout on a Monday or a Tuesday when they all look back and review what went wrong. You're going to get that. You might even get fisticuffs. And then everybody's pulled apart and you say, right, let's calm down and now we'll move on and digest where it went wrong. This is a build-up, Murdo.
100%. Peter, everyone was talking about him before he arrived at the club. They thought, oh wow, he's come up to Scottish football, he wants to play for Rangers, and now he's coming out and telling the whole world he's going to be the best. See, when you arrive at the Old Firm at any point, Rangers or Celtic, you turn up the door, if you're telling the whole world that, oh, I'll be better than anyone, and then you don't produce, they just turn against you. 100%. And this just adds to it, because the Old Firm game, he played away, he was tidy in the Old Firm game. He got the ball down, he passed the ball, he kept the ball, but he wasn't in the game for 90 minutes. Celtic were all over him all the time, took the ball over much quicker, much better.
And although this is all about Joey Barton, it has now put the focus onto the manager. Now people are going to start saying to the manager, obviously the result last week, this has sort of clouded it a wee bit, moving on about it.
He's getting criticism for it.
But now that the focus is on him, people will start saying to him, well, why did you not nip it in the bud when he had a wee dig at Brendan Rodgers? You gave him a free rein there. You gave him a free rein when he spoke about Scott Brown. You should have maybe pulled him aside and said, look, this is no way it works up here.
Well, can I suggest something to you?
Now his authority is going to start being questioned because he hasn't been strong enough to act with one person.
How do you know that he hasn't done that? I firmly believe Rangers as a football club.
He might have done it already.
When they signed him, sat him down and said, listen, Joey, we understand that you're a high-profile tweeter. We understand you've got opinions, but you're in a different environment here. You're in the west of Scotland, where clearly there is and I'm sure you agree with me, there's an element in the west of Scotland who are all over you like a rash, waiting to pick up on anything you say. There is a poisoned element as well, and anything he says could be misconstrued. So the club will undoubtedly have had a word with him on that. Where I think he's not grasped it, he's been on a radio station without their permission.
Peter, just to
but he does that anyway.
Just to bring you up on the thing with Brendan Rodgers, the manager went on record in the paper to say, I'm quite happy with that. It's a bit of banter.
Yes.
That's what he said. That's what he said. I'm sure Brendan Rodgers would treat it as a bit of banter.
Well, wait a minute. Do you know, I'm going to cut him some slack here, Ruffy. Do you know what? You have to cut people some slack on banter. You know, you have to turn around and say, okay, wait a minute, maybe a bit tongue in cheek. You know, but there's a line. There is a line. I understand where you're coming from, but we have to cut people some slack. But I think he's been cut a point where he thinks, oh, I've got a free rein here.
Yeah. But even Peter, you're talking about him going on the radio. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Him going on the radio. He's trying to make it clear to all the fans what's happened. You know, he's come out and think.
But it's his opinion. That's what all upset the club.
That's his opinion.
The club normally say, Murdo, you can talk to the press. That this thing's happened. There's a disciplinary issue here. We don't want you talking to the press, or we do. They dictate that whether you do or not.
Listen, Murdo, you know better than anybody. Celtic and Rangers,
they dictate
nobody can say boo to a player without them sanctioning it.
Well, 100%, Peter, but he's done it.
Absolutely.
He come out. He's come out.
That's what he does.
And if he does it. But again, it's the club then that's got to make the decision on him. Because if they think Gordon, if he's arrived in Scottish football and he's struggling, I think that's the way they'll just, at one point, they'll just say, we've had enough.
That's what will go against him, as I say. The fact is that all this would be totally treated differently. If he was a star man in the last 3-4 games and this had happened this week, it would have been pat in the back. No, Joey's doing his best. It's just his nature and all that. Don't worry about it. But I'll tell you the other thing, an interesting comment that we can think about as well. He actually said, somebody must have said about how he's playing. He says, you can only play well with certain players. It depends on your teammates. He actually said that comment too.
Yes.
So I was more or less saying that I'm better than what I'm showing, but it's because of the players I'm playing alongside that I'm not playing that well. Now, how's that going to? What's the reaction going to be to that in the dressing room?
Yeah. Well, I did actually. I was speaking to an English-based radio station earlier in the week, and they were worried about the situation of how Scottish football would look. And they read out a Joey Barton comment from a couple of years ago when he said, I watched an Old Firm game, wasn't high in quality, standard of Scottish football's not great, absolutely slaughtered our game. And I just basically highlighted to them, nothing that any English footballer or any English member of the viewing public is going to offend anybody in Scotland. We know where we are. We know the state of our game. We know that that the clubs don't have the financial clout of the Barclays Premier League. Half of Europe is worried about the lack of finances right now that are going to the Barclays Premier League. Where our game is, we're trying to get back. There's a lot of managers, young managers, trying to play some good football with their teams, but we're at a level that's way below where we are. We don't need to be told that the English people look on Scottish football with disdain. They do. It doesn't need Joey Barton. There's a million
Peter,
behind him on it.
Yeah. Peter, why did he come? Do you know what I mean? If he's criticising Scottish football from down south, or all his pals down south, all his teammates down there, and you've just won the or you've got promotion into the Premiership, and you've got offered a new contract down south, and then you want to come up to Scottish football, so you can't criticise the level or standard of player in Scottish football. You look at the Old Firm game. He was on the pitch. He was expecting to be the man of the match. He wouldn't have gotten any position in the Celtic team.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
And here's a player coming up. He can't come out and talk about Scottish football not being the best. On that game a fortnight ago, he was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
But I think what he thought, Murdo, he would come up and cruise it because the level he's played at, because he's got no regard for Scottish football. But now his excuse is, I can't do my best because of the type of the players I'm playing alongside.
Why did he come up
because
then?
he got a 2-year contract.
Yeah.
And he got a one-year offer at Burnley, didn't he?
Can I ask you this? I actually think he would have been able to get 2 years out of Burnley as well. But he came up here in a 2-year contract. Listen, I don't have an axe to grind with Joey Barton. The decision is laid bare. Rangers manager and the board will look at it. The Rangers fans are only interested in a player who can make a difference to their team.
Yeah.
That's the key to this. It's all about a player that can make a difference on the park.
Yeah.
They're not fooled by Twitter or any kind of comments he might make in a radio station. I'm going to ask you two guys then, should he remain?
I don't think we can make a decision in that, Peter.
No.
It's nothing to do, because I don't know what was said between him and the manager. If I knew what went on between him and the manager, if he was have an argument with another player, that's fine by me, because that happens all the time in all football clubs, and it's good. Sometimes it clears the air a wee bit. But what he said to the manager, once I find out what happened there, then I can make a decision. But I don't think you can just say, yes, he's out the door, because it's easy. Gordon touched on it. It's easy because he's not played well since he's arrived at the club. It's easy just to kind of squeeze him out the door just now, just on you go. But we've got to find out what was said between him and the manager.
Well, based on, since he's arrived, the comments he's made, the tweet that he put out, the fact that he was sent home from the training, and his comments on the radio station as well, and based on what Gordon was saying with regards to I can only play as good as the team that's around me, would you keep him? Do you think he's got a future then? Here, I'll reword it for you. Do you think he's got a future at Rangers?
Again, it goes back to what he said to the manager. Honestly, Peter, that's all. This is. It's because if the manager shakes his hand and accepts an apology from him, but he's coming out and saying he's not going to apologise to the manager. That's wrong, because the manager's the guy who said, get out the door just now.
Okay, there's a point then that you've made. Would you keep him on that basis?
The manager up to now is going to have a look at the whole situation, Peter, and if he can accept the reaction from Joey Barton from the Celtic game, then he'll keep him on.
I know what the manager's going to do. I can see A, B, C, D coming out, Murdo, on the basis of, okay, with an act of contrition, would you keep him?
The way it's going just now, it still goes back to what he would say to me. Honestly, I'm
giving you that contrition. Boss, I'm sorry I went on the radio station. Boss, I'm sorry I had a real argy-bargy with Andy Halliday. Boss, I'm sorry that
it's nothing to do with Halliday, the radio. It's nothing to do. It's his relationship, whether he said it in front of the manager. You know, Alan, yourself, see if a player stood up and had a go at the manager in front of the players, the first thing, you'd have him out the door the next day.
Yeah, okay, boss, I'm sorry about the fact that, I had an argument with you as well. I'm going to get my head down, I'm going to play. Would you keep him?
Depends what you said to me.
Well, I'm saying you're the boss. I'm hypothetically saying you're Mark Warburton. I am Joey Barton.
It depends what you said to me.
What he's saying is that in that room.
Thanks, Ruffy, I get that. I'm just trying to get an opinion.
If he said to the manager, you get your tactics wrong at the weekend, it's all your fault.
I get that.
You're a bad manager.
I get that.
I can't work with
the whole thing.
I get the hypothetical stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to at this point say Murdo is a guy who's gone into the House of Commons and offered an abstention. Is that fair? You're an abstainer. Gordon, give me an opinion.
I think yes, because I'll tell you why. I think you then put him back in now, and then you say, you're the man that's under pressure now. You're the one that's come out with all this talk. You've done this, that, and this. We're keeping you here, and now you'll be judged on can you play or not. And if I'm a manager, I just come out and I say, we'll have our problems with him, but he's a good player, and he's got to start showing it, and we'll keep him just now. Yes.
I'm in your camp.
Yeah.
I think everybody deserves a second chance. Get in, get your head down, play for the Rangers team, play for the Rangers support, try and make a difference.
Yep.
Okay, we got there in the end.
I don't think it'll be the manager's decision. I think he's actually working a ticket to get out of there. I think he's come up here.
He can't go till January though.
I know, but I think he's come up here. He's saw what it's all about up here, and he's decided, Mickey Mouse, I'm getting out here. I'm going somewhere else. I honestly think that's the way he would think.
Well, listen,
why do I need to put up with all this hassle that one game has caused? Yeah,
He's had more publicity. He's had more publicity in 2 or 3 months than he's had in his whole career. Let's be honest with you. That's one thing. He's put himself.
You think?
Absolutely.
This is a guy who
stubbed a bit down in England, but
stubbed a cigar out in a youth player.
Correct. Yeah. To get that, I know what you mean, but that was bad publicity. I know. But what I'm saying is, he's a high-profile figure in Scottish football. He's getting a lot of attention. He's getting pictured as more in the paper than it's probably ever been down in England. When you think about it, he's in nearly every day. He's something to do with Joey Barton in terms of what he said, what people are talking about him. So he is at high level here. If he goes to Burnley and they're struggling away in the Premiership, he'd be forgotten down there. Whereas he's got an opportunity here to actually at least do something and put himself on a pedestal, and it might help him for the future.
That doesn't happen up here, Gordon. Anything about Joey Barton since he's arrived has been negative.
So far, yeah.
I've never read someone come out, he's played really well in a game.
Yeah.
No.
Every game, and I'm talking about even the early games in the League Cup and all these kind of things, they're never Joey Barton was outstanding. Now we can see where Joey Barton's taking the club.
Well, here's a good one. Here's a hypothetical one before I move on. Based on the way he's played at the moment, would you keep him?
Again, Gordon touched on it right at the beginning. If he was a fantastic player, scoring goals, playing in the middle of the park, making great passes, winning challenges, and just dominating a game, then you think, wow, it's very difficult, because the fans then wouldn't be happy if the manager had fallen out with him. He's not been doing it on the park, so he's under pressure now, and it's just what he said to the manager, Peter.
It's what he said to the manager, but I know the players thing, you know, it happens all the time. But if he's got up in the middle of that dressing room and identified 3 players and went, you 3 aren't good enough to play at this club. If he's come away with things like that,
well, you just don't know.
That's the point we're making. We don't know what was said in that dressing. But the scenario is, if things like that have been said, that's going to be more difficult for him to walk into that dressing room, because it doesn't matter who the player is. There's going to be a resentment.
Well, the problem could be you're absolutely spot on. The problem could be that Matt Warburton called him in because of something he did say. If he was actually putting other people down, I mean, he might have even said what he said in that tweet he's done, or that interview where he said, I'm not playing. The players I'm playing with is the reason I'm not playing at my best. That's a very strong thing to say, and that might have been what he has said in the dressing room. Now, if he said that, the manager might have called him in, and he's saying, "That's just the way I'm going to keep talking like that." Maybe when Matt Warburton said, "I don't want you talking like that among these young players," and he just says, "I don't care what you say. I'm going to do what I want." As Murdo said then, if he said something like that, the manager might have to think, "Do I need something like this about my dressing room?" Because he could be a negative force, because you do get that, don't you? You get people in dressing rooms that actually are the negative force, and the whole thing is brought down because of their personality. It's true, that is true.
Okay, I think this one's going to rumble on until somebody at Rangers eventually releases a statement to determine his future, probably Monday, maybe even Tuesday or Wednesday. Game day today, we will be talking about the Scotland women's team qualifying for the Euro 2017. Congratulations from everyone in the football show to Anna Senior and the girls. It's just a tremendous achievement. But we've got games today to look forward to. One of them is the Lanarkshire Derby. Let's go there now. Des McKeown looking forward to Motherwell against Hamilton. We'll come back to Des in just a minute. Motherwell against Hamilton, and also as far as the 4 games in the Scottish Premiership, Rangers, of course, will be without Joey Barton for their match against Ross County. It's Kilmarnock, Partick Thistle and St Johnstone against Hearts. Let's talk about the Lanarkshire Derby then. Mark McGee saying it's a shot in the arm. It always buys you a bit of time if you can win a derby match.
Keeps all the locals happy. But Martin Canning, he's out saying the exact same thing before the game, Peter. He knows it's a massive game for them. They're both sitting in the same point just now, so it's a toss of the coin. But when you come out on top, it's a fantastic feeling.
OK, let's try Des one more time. No, it doesn't matter. Des looks fairly static there. We'll not go to him at all. We'll get the team news from Des, I'm almost certain, in the next few minutes. So, Hamilton Accies, they've added a few players. Martin Carey's got a different outlook many a time. In fact, over the last 3 or 4 years, Robbie, you've been tipping them to get relegated.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have as well. But they have the ability to go out there and prove us all wrong. They work tirelessly for each other. That's what their make-up's all about. And I think if you ask any team that comes up against them, they know to win the game, they have to win the battle first, because Hamilton do not give in at any time in the 90 minutes. So you need to get a good gap, a couple of goals, because they'll fight in there, and they've done it every year. They've went to places like Motherwell and got a draw when nobody expected. It's a very tight one for me today, but obviously I'm going to go for home advantage. I think Mark's beginning to get his team back to where they were, so I'm going to go for Motherwell.
Okay, Craig Sampson in goal for Motherwell, Richard Tate, Stephen Hamill, Ben Hennigan, Stephen McManus, Louis Moult, Ryan Bowman, Chris Cadden, Keith Lasley, Craig Clay and Scott McDonald in the starting 11 for him. He's had to duck and dive with this side. He doesn't have the money that he once had with Les Hutchison in charge at Motherwell. Suddenly, with the Supporters Trust, you are very much trying to balance the books, Murdo.
Yeah. It's very difficult. Obviously, when you've got a multi-millionaire in charge, Peter, and he's going to throw money to you, it's fantastic. You can go and get the players you want. But when you've got to look up and down the country, and it was an interesting Mark a couple of weeks ago, or 3 or 4 weeks ago, he was talking about having to go down south for players, other than getting the players up here because they were cheaper to get them from down south. So obviously, Mark's got to go up and down over the border so many times, just down the leagues in England as well, to try and get a gem, because over the years he's managed to get 2 or 3.
Yep, absolutely. Matthews, Devlin, Gillespie, Imrie, Crawford, Longridge, McKinnon, Brophy, Donati, Line and Saris are the players starting 11 for Hamilton Accies. And again, he's got that little bit of experience now. I think he's got the blend right this season, Gordon.
Yeah, I think what he's done is he's more or less, Hamilton have always tried to develop players and bring them through, and they've done a good job with that. They've brought some good players through, and I think what he decided to do this year to get a more consistency to it was to bring in a bit of experience as well. But there's nothing between these two sides, Peter. I mean, they're both sitting there with exactly the same record in the league so far. 1 win, 2 draws and two losses, both of them. And same points as well, so it really is a very, very close one to call, because in this Premier League, as we very well know, you can't ever just look at it at times and think, oh, because one team's at home, because you get a lot of away wins in the Premier Division as we've known from week to week.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Everton, Motherwell and Rangers in our treble this afternoon. I've got a good feeling about it, Ruffy.
Yeah, Gordon's sort of ditched the Scottish football and went for England, which is a wee bit of a surprise, but if it comes up, I'll be patting him in the back.
Yep, maybe Gordon's got the same attitude as Joey Barton to Scottish football, just decided he'll bet on whatever he wants with us, just a wee treble for a bit of fun. But coming up after the break, we'll look at the other 3 games in the Premiership. We'll go into the Championship with Hibernian, and we'll also look to League 1 and League 2 and the Barclays Premier League as well. And remember, Pelly, a little teaser coming up on the programme. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday football show. Over the 4 hours, 2 till 6 on STV. We try and bring you the best of the action all across Scotland, all 4 divisions, and of course down in the Barclays Premier League as well. Gordon Smith, Murdo MacLeod and Alan Ruff are with me. One last shot, I think he's well worth it. Des McKeown is at Fir Park from Motherwell Hamilton.
Good afternoon and welcome to Fir Park for today's Premiership Lanarkshire derby between Mark McGee's Motherwell and Martin Canning's Hamilton Academicals. Both sides come into the game on an identical run of form, with from the opening 5 fixture of the season 1 win, 2 draws and 2 defeats. That suggests there'll be little between the sides, and that's exactly the way it was last season, where in the 3 head-to-head fixtures both sides had a win and the remaining fixture was a draw. Mark McGee will be looking to build on a valuable point from last week's draw at Dingwall, whereas Martin Canning will look to bounce back after the 3-1 defeat against Hearts. There's no better way to kick-start your season than by winning against your local rivals. It's all to play for here at Fir Park. Team news and updates shortly.
OK, thanks to Des. We'll get team news on that very shortly indeed. So Motherwell against Hamilton Accies. I think I've got that as a Motherwell win, just on the basis, Ruffy, that we can have a night out surely. Our treble picking has been nothing short of atrocious.
No, I think Motherwell are just ready to kick-start the season. You know, I think every year we think that they're going to be back up there. That tremendous year they had when they were up second or third for a long part of the season. Unfortunately, Mark's lost a lot of players, and as Murdo's touched on it, sometimes it's very, very hard to replace the guys that you've lost. But I think he's nearly getting there. But games like this will determine where they're going to end up.
Well, they finished in the top 6 last season. They had a great run to get up there, and Hamilton weren't. But you're right what you said, Peter, earlier on. We do think most of the time, we look at all the teams and we think Hamilton, with the resources and everything, they're going to be the team that's going to struggle. But in fairness to them, they've had a couple of good seasons, there's no doubt about that. They did slip away both years. They started really well and then they slip back as it goes on, but the points they pick up in the early part of the season generally is what saves them.
Yep. OK, I'm going to switch my attention to St Johnstone against Hearts, and here's a prediction, Murdo. I know it's early days, but I'm going to give it to you anyway, yes. Which is that Hearts, I think, will finish second.
I wouldn't argue with you. I think Hearts are a very strong side this year. I think it was strange to get a wee bit of criticism earlier on in part of the season. The manager was getting under a wee bit of pressure, but I just think they're a strong side. They're hard to beat. They can play good football, they can score goals, and I think there's a wee bit of steel about them as well. I think they've added that wee bit extra to them over the last year and a half. I think they're just gradually building to a side. If they're going away to going to Celtic Park, they know how to defend.
Yep, St Johnstone against Hearts with Jack Hamilton and goal, Callum Patterson, Faisal Reres, Igor Rossi, Perry Kitchen, Jamie Walker, Sam Nicholson in that starting lineup, John Suter, Don Cowie, Bjorn Johnson and Tony Watt. As far as St Johnstone are concerned, just looking at the teams, Xander Clark in goal, Stevie Anderson, Murray Davidson, Stephen McLean, Joe Shaughnessy, Michael Coulson, Paul Payton, Richard Foster, Brian Easton, Liam Craig and Graham Cummins. 2 issues to talk about here, Gordon Smith. Tommy Wright says Hearts deserve their tag as a team who are guilty of diving. And I thought, what a great line from Tommy for the press. That's great, that gets us all going. He thinks that when they get near the penalty box, more often than not, they're quite happy with any kind of contact that can get them somewhere.
I think that there's examples that have been in recent games where people could put the finger at Hearts in terms of situations that's happened. I think even the last week there when I think Tony Watt went down a couple of weeks ago, I think, and it was, for me, it didn't look like a foul either, and he got a yellow card for it, but I think the Hearts appealed it, sort of thing. But it was certainly a case of players making most of it. I don't understand this talk at times, and I hear some pundits saying it, there was contact. That is not enough for simulation to be ignored. Contact isn't the question here. It's whether that contact resulted in the player going down, not whether he's been touched or not. And a lot of people seem to think it's just if you're touched, you have every entitlement to go down.
Yeah, the thing I hate about not every striker, but some strikers when they get in there, they don't even get touched. What they do is they trip themselves up. I actually think they practice it, you know, where they leave their back foot in, and they know there's a leg coming in, so what they do, it's a so quick a motion that they actually flick their back leg, and it looks, the thing is, the referee's got to make a decision. If anybody hits the ground, the referee's got to make a decision.
So basically what you're saying is, in training, Robbie Nielsen says, Tony, come over, Igor, come over here at the moment, right, okay, well, let's practice this, a whole run of you,
I was trying to work out, how do you practice it? Do you get, imagine asking one of your teammates, you stand there and I'll just kind of die beside you.
There used to be an old, I can't remember his name, remember the old comedian that used to walk along the road and kid on he tripped himself? No. It was like Tony Hancock or somebody like that.
Harry Worth.
Yeah, Harry Worth.
Yeah, he was doing that, was he?
I mean, that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have to say that the big boy that came in,
do you remember anybody's name?
The young boy who came into the Scotland team against
Gary McAllister.
No, the young lad that
big
went for 13 million. He tried it. He tried it. He tried it in the Scotland game. Tried to trip himself.
I just caught it at the end of the Liverpool-Chelsea game last night, last couple of minutes, and it was the exact same, just outside the box. The Chelsea boy went out, and he's knocked the ball by the defender, and he just kicked his leg against the defender, and then went down, and he got the free kick. The defender got booked. Yeah.
Okay, players cheating, who'd have thought? Integrity in sport, does it exist? There's another topic for another programme. Okay, after the break we'll look at that Rangers team to face Ross County. These guys are going to give us the predictions on the Premiership, Championship, League 1 and League 2. And we're getting ever closer to kick-off at 3 o'clock. Join us after the break. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Let's head back to Fir Park to get the team news from that Lanarkshire derby. Des McKeown is there for Motherwell against Hamilton.
Team news from Fir Park, and Mark McGee makes one change to the Motherwell team that started last week against Ross County at Dingwall. In comes fit again Louis Moult, and he replaces injured Joe Chalmers. For Hamilton, it's 3 changes. Martin Canning ringing the changes for the team that lost at Hearts last time out. Captain Mikey Devlin, Louis Longridge and Eamon Brophy replace Dan Seaborn, Greg Docherty and Alexander DeCall, who drops to the bench. Our referee at Fir Park is Willie Collum.
Thanks to Des for the teams there. As far as Rangers are concerned, quite a few changes again, Murdo, to their team to face Ross County. Fotheringham, Tavernier, Wilson, Hill, Wallace, Halliday, Holt, Windass, Wycorn, Garner and Mackay in their starting lineup for the game against Ross County.
Well, again, it's a game Rangers are going into it. For me, it's going to be a really tough match for them. Ross County will come down. They'll be confident they can do something. Rangers, with the changes as well. How many is it? Five changes. That's a lot to get in after the demolition last week. So all of a sudden, they're looking at that result and then they're trying to build it again against a side who's well organised and can score goals against you.
It looks like a more youthful team, though, apart from Holt, I think, who's in there. He's obviously had to come in because they're short of centre-backs, but Wilson's back in there. But it looks like the overall more... I would say mobility about that team, Peter, because that was one of the problems that people were saying that what Rangers lacked in the game against Celtic was the fact that there was players there that they felt that were getting outrun by Celtic. Celtic were sharper, but that looks like a more, as I say, a more mobile team that he's put together there, despite the fact that obviously some of the changes are made because of players being unavailable, like Joey Barton, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. OK, as far as Kilmarnock and Partick Thistle are concerned, the Kilmarnock lineup with McDonald in goal, it's Henry, Burns, Scott Boyd, Smith, Frizzell and Hawkshaw, Dicker, McKenzie, Boyd and Koulibaly is the starting lineup for Killie. He's trying to get a settled side and you start to see it taking shape week in, week out now, Murdo.
Yeah, obviously you look at their start to the season with a few tipped Killie to be the club to be struggling, and now all of a sudden that they're getting points, they're playing better football. I said to you, I've spoken to a couple of fans and they're enjoying watching them playing. The good thing as well, my grandson's a ball boy today down there.
Oh, brilliant.
He trains at Kilmarnock and he's been asked to be a ball boy today, so he couldn't knock that back. So he's down there supporting them. But I just think Kilmarnock, with so many changes, and I think a lot of people felt that will never happen. Just bringing in so many changes and new players to the club.
Still doing it. I think they're still bringing players in.
It is, aye.
I mean, to be fair, they've still only had one win. I mean, they've got the last 2 games there have been draws. And if you look back to last season, fun enough, I went to the game. First time they played each other at Robbie Park last season, Partick won 5-2 in that match, if you remember.
They gave them a bad start last
season. They gave them a hammer, didn't they? And Partick won both games at Robbie Park last season, and at Firhill it was 2 draws. So it was a tough game today, but Partick have been disappointing to an extent as well, because they won their first game of the season and they've lost their last 3, Partick. The very fact was that they obviously have got a game in hand, but it's against Celtic. You know what I mean? That they've played less games than everybody else, but they've lost their last 3 league games.
Yep. Partick Thistle's team: Scully, Booth, Lindsay, Osman, Amu, Doolan, Erskine, Lawless, Devine, Edwards and Gordon. Let's look at the fixtures for you in the Premiership in Scotland for this afternoon. Remember, 2 games taking place on the Sunday. Dundee are actually at home in that match against Aberdeen, and it's Inverness Cally Thistle against Celtic. So today we'll keep you up to date with Kilmarnock against Partick Thistle, Motherwell versus Hamilton, Rangers against Ross County and St Johnstone against Hearts. As far as the Championship is concerned, as I mentioned, Ruffy and myself consistently through the week try and obviously look at the key game. There is the odd slip here and there, Murdo, when I suggested that there is only one game in town, but there are 2 teams, 2 matches vying for it. It was one of those slips. But Dunbarton against St Mirren, Hibs against Ayr, Morton Dunfermline, Queen of the South Wraith Rovers And Falkirk against Dundee United, what would be game of the day for you, Murdo, in that division?
I think when you're looking long term, you're looking at the Falkirk Dundee United game, because obviously United are going to be one of the challengers at some point. Falkirk, they've been there the last couple of years, they've been looking for the top four. But you're looking at Queen of the South and Raith, both been very consistent this year. Queen of the South have been hard to beat. My old team Dumbarton, they've one or two good results the season already, but playing against St Mirren, it should be a good crowd and they'll fancy their chances. St Mirren sitting at the bottom of the table unexpectedly, because you just felt they were going to be one of the four challengers.
Yeah.
But sitting at the bottom, so they've just got to get on the right road again. And Hibs, they look as if they're just flying week in, week out.
Well, Queen South are a bit, Peter, like, we're talking about Hibs are in a great run, but so Queen of South. But and that'll be a good game. Raith, a bit of a surprise last week. Raith losing at home to Falkirk when they were in such great form. But this is a big game today. But you're right, it's difficult to choose between. I mean, Queen of South and Raith are second and third. So you've got second and third, and then the next game is Falkirk. Then the next is fourth and fifth. So these teams are now fighting for those top four spots. Hibs look like the team that's going to canter away with it, I think. But there will be a real fight on for the other spots for the playoff positions.
Here is how it looks in League One this afternoon, just as we approach kick-off. Airdrieonians against East Fife, Livingston Brecon, Queen's Park against Alloa, Stennismuir take on Peterhead, and Stranraer against Albion Rovers. That's League One. As far as League Two is concerned, on the stroke of 3 o'clock, it's Arbroath against Annan, Cowdenbeath versus Berwick, Edinburgh City take on Montrose, Elgin against Clyde, and Forfar against Stirling Albion. That's the four divisions in Scotland. We will keep you up to date with what's happening right across Scotland and down south in the Barclays Premier League. Nice of Gordon to pick a 5:30 kick-off for us, so we can't blame him for getting our treble wrong. Everton against Middlesbrough. It's Hull, Arsenal, Leicester, Burnley, Man City against Bournemouth, and West Brom against West Ham. And on the Sunday, 4 games, obviously with European football in mind. It's goal already. Elgin 0, Clyde 1 as we just kicked off across all the divisions. Sean Higgins scoring the goal again. He's an ever-present for them, and always on a Saturday I seem to mention his name week in, week out, Ruffy.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a tough one for them up there at Elgin City. I thought Elgin City were going to get their act together, but no, it's good to get a goal early on, settle everybody down. But again, Barry, his team has not had the knack yet at trying to see out games, so I think that'll be the main thing for them today. And if they were to get 3 points, it'd be a good one for them.
Yep, so the opening goal of the afternoon, and throughout the afternoon, as ever, we will keep our poll going. Should Joey Barton remain as a Rangers player, yes or no? We'll put up the poll as it stands very shortly to give you an indication of the way people are responding to our tweet. As well as that, we'll talk about various other stories that have emerged over the course of the week, and later on you'll be able to hear just a little extract from my one-to-one with Pelé. Is he the greatest player of all time? It's up for you to decide. It depends sometimes, as Murdo said, on your generation. The players that you see now and the conditions that they play in. Give us your thoughts on that at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter and Facebook.com/Peter and Ruffy. And I think at this point, I think it's well done to the women's football team, the international squad under Anna Signol. They didn't have to go to Iceland to try and get the draw. A brilliant picture of all the girls there celebrating with Anna. They've qualified for Euro 2017 because, quite simply, the way the whole thing was working out, Portugal's win over Finland meant that the Scots girls were going.
Just fantastic, and it's great we've got a football team at the championships again. But you watch the girls training, you watch how much energy they put into it. It's just fantastic to watch. Technically, they're good in any game that they play. And I think was it 2 years ago they were so unlucky. I think it was the last kick of the ball in the championships and they lost a goal, and that knocked them out of it. But now they've got their rewards. They've worked so hard and to get there, and we'll be sitting back and watching it.
Yeah, I mentioned Ruffy. It's always a good excuse for maybe the Tartan Army to think, okay, we're not too sure about the men's group. Let's all decamp for the women's international side at Euro 2017.
Yeah, I think the women would love any support at all. I think that's been their biggest grievance through the years, that not enough support is given to them, whether it's people at the game are trying to get sponsorship, but again, success will breed that kind of thing, you know, and it's just year on they've got better. We touched on it the other day that I think Glasgow City have been forerunners, you know, playing in the European club level and getting better every year, and now, as we saw when the team squad came out there, we've got players playing in other countries. We've got players over in America, we've got players in Germany, Switzerland, you know, and that can only be good when they come back together and play with the local girls. But
I remember I was at SFA, there was a misogynist attitude of some people towards the women's game, like even about in terms of the money going into the women's game to try and help the international team and all that. It was ridiculous, because there's a lot more girls now playing the game, from little kids up the way, and the development has been tremendous. We've got a good strong league now, and as Ruffy says, a lot of players, good Scottish players, are playing down in England with top teams down there, so the standards have risen tremendously well, and I think that it's all credit to them for doing it, because I think that you talk about Glasgow City, I remember even at that time the girls there were part-time, and they were training 5 nights a week. There was no men's team that were training 5 nights a week. You know what I mean? The attitude and their commitment was great.
Can I pick up on that point there? Were these misogynist individuals, were they the dinosaurs that I was talking about when you actually got the job in the first place?
Could possibly have been those dinosaurs, yeah. Could have been, yeah.
Okay.
I remember that.
It's such a good line. It's a news line right away. Murdo, as soon as he said it, I thought, there you go. Yeah. If you're listening, somebody is quickly writing in. Smith
got
says,
a mention over the weekend.
Oh, it's a Smith says moment. It really is. But I think a lot of people have had to listen. It's all about understanding. I think it's about actually going to find out what they're doing. Gordon's mentioned the application. There is no doubt, Murdo, I said it to Ruffy last night, that 20, 30 years from now, maybe when we're not here, women's football will be crying out for parity in payment, because it's gone on to levels that are the equivalent of men. Maybe not in a physical sense.
Obviously, here in this country, I think we're newer to it. I know that there was games, I was watching the telly the other night, and the games from during the war, and the women were out playing. Scotland-England games and all this kind of thing. But just over the last 10 years, I think it's really taken off now in Scotland, because you look at the Americans, the world champions, and the Americans love being best at anything. So having the best football team for the women, and they're out there, you go and watch them, and the support they get, the television coverage they get, the money that gets put into the women's football in America. And it'd be great if we could start doing that here as well, because you watch the girls, Gordon touched on it, 5 nights a week training, they put in so much work, and they listen to all their coaches all the time. When you ever see a women's football team getting coached, Gordon, everyone listens to the coach, and they do what they're asked to do, and that's their target week in, week out.
Ruffy?
Yeah, but we get the chance to go out and see Glasgow City. Remember, we did a wee feature on them, and as Gordon touched on, it's not just the first team; it's the second team and the third team, and the kids who are all you know feeding off the success of the big team. You know, it's just like obviously our game as well. You know, that's what happens when teams or countries start getting to the finals or tournaments in. Other kids want to play, you know, they want to be part of it.
People love success, don't they?
Yeah,
they love it.
And that's why the game's going to grow and grow, and good luck to them.
We put out a poll on Joey Barton. Should he remain as a Rangers player? Obviously, there's a lot of talking to do, and I think some of the decisions to be made, it may well be manager, in consultation with the board. And there you have it, 67% think yes, he should remain as a Rangers player. So, quite emphatically, Gordon, you know, there seems to be still a bit of support for him.
Yes, as I'm saying, you wondered how that would go. I mean, both you and I felt it was a yes, but we didn't know if that would reflect back on what other people are thinking, because as I say, at the end of the day, sometimes people just do have their opinion based on how you're performing on the field, and if you're not quite up to it, you're not doing it. But I think the thing about Joey Barton is that they do realise he has a talent. He's been a top-class player. He's been outstanding. Even last season, he was Burnley's Player of the Year, and he made the Championship Team of the Year. So that they're thinking he's still not achieved what he's capable of. That's I think why most Rangers fans feel that way.
See, a lot of the Rangers fans have been talking about what he was saying. It was just his opinion of the Celtic game. that there wasn't enough aggression, there wasn't enough hard work put into the whole thing. So I think a lot of the Rangers fans are saying, well, at least you're saying the right things after that game. And I think that's so important. He's saying the right thing, and I think that's why a lot of people will support him just now, because he didn't want to lose the game. They lost highly, so all of a sudden now they're saying he's saying all the right things. That's the way they should be going on. But it just goes back to what was said between him and the manager.
Arthur Masauku, handball in the penalty area. West Ham penalised, penalty to West Brom, and it's been scored by Chadley to give Tony Pulis' side the lead. Of course, there's been speculation about Tony Pulis and whether he's going to remain at West Brom. They've got new owners now, so there will be developments there. He wanted quality players, certainly didn't want some of the players that were, as he put it, brought in not with his backing. There you are, that's the kind of things you have to deal with. I can tell you, Motherwell are a goal up in the Lanarkshire derby. Louis Moult, Roffey, has scored. He's started in the game today. He's been out for a while. He's in there, and he's clearly a man who knows the way to goal.
Yeah, and they've been missing him. That's the kind of player that Mark McGee wants back again, the guys that he knows that he can rely on, you know, and unfortunately he'd lost a few of them. But he certainly has been a big player for them. But again, that to go up against Hamilton, you're always better being in front of them, you know, than chasing a game. So I would expect Motherwell to maybe run out quite comfortable winners there today.
Yeah, do you see it that way, Murdo?
I think Hamilton will hang in there. I know that Motherwell, when they get themselves in front, they're usually a good side to watch. But I think if Hamilton, in the past, any time they go behind, they're still there. It could finish 1-0 the way Hamilton. They'll keep on. They'll make sure that they at the back, they make sure they're back 4 strong. But I think Hamilton will still be there.
OK, Louis Moult scoring for Motherwell, his 4th goal of the season. What about talking to you, Murdo, especially? Ruffy and myself decided to go out there to Barcelona, not on a trip where we thought we'd go on holiday, but to do...
Just next door to a holiday.
Yeah, absolutely. Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday we were there, enjoyed the sunny weather, and of course going to the new camp, thinking this, I thought it was going to be a hiding. I didn't quite think 7. I thought maybe 4 or 5. Ruffy thought 2 or 3. Is that fair, Ruffy?
Yeah, I thought 2 or 3, but again, I was wanting to see the team selection and how they were going to set their stall out. And I've already commented. I mean, I've never been a manager at a high level, but I would criticise the way they set out their stall in that game. You know, against a team like Barcelona. I thought they should have been more defensively minded. I think we're playing Sinclair wide and Roberts wide in the other. There was no protection at all in the back 5.
It's funny you say that. Scott Sinclair came out at the end of the game, Murdo, in the mix zone to speak to all of us, and he said it didn't matter about systems. We could have played any system, he said. You know, you could play 9 behind, 9 in the back 9. You know, they were so good.
I thought that Barcelona were fantastic to watch. But again, when you make it a wee bit easier for them, and I think at the middle of the park, I'd have had 5 across the middle of the park and 4 at the back, because I think that the 5 at the back, all of a sudden, a new player coming into the team, playing an important role, because Barcelona always come down outside, so you've got to have players that's up to match speed. I don't think he was at match speed, but middle of the park, I think you needed the strength in there, even putting on another defender, Izagiri or something like that, wide left, playing him in front of Tierney. Do you know what I mean? Things like that. Just somebody that's going to think about defensive work down the sides.
Well, I think it's a great point you make, Murdo, on the basis that I thought Kieran Tierney had a torrid night, so much so that I turned to Ruffy and I said, I would take the lad off. You know, there's a learning curve, but there's eventually a point where you're thinking the team is getting battered down either flank, and they were playing triangles, they were going in behind him, and I just thought to myself, you know, that is a harsh lesson for him. Not to say that managers will say, well, he'll grow, he'll get better, I accept that, but I thought Izagiri might have been a better option. You're saying play him in front of him. The one thing that they were able to do with great regularity, even if it was a 5 or, as you said, play 5 in the middle of the park, they were playing through them. They were taking the ball in with 4 players around them. They were happy to take it in with 4 players around them and play a 1-2.
Oh, I know there was one. The second goal, I actually watched it later on, and I froze it at one point right in the edge of the box when it was picked up by Messi, and there was 7 Celtic players actually round about him and Neymar. There was 7 players there, so it was like you're thinking, how can they possibly get through it? But nobody seemed to do the right thing. Either pick up one, or they're all just sort of going to the ball, and as soon as one of them played the ball, moved away, he was free again, and he was free without getting picked up. And that was one of the problems, because I remember the first goal was the fact that Scott Brown was actually on Lionel Messi, and when the ball got knocked back out, Scott Brown left Lionel Messi and ran out towards the ball, and the ball just got played right in where he'd just come from. Scott Brown, and Messi was through. He was actually totally free 1-on-1, wasn't he?
I think that the main thing about Barcelona, Peter, if you play against them, the ball's not important. No, just 25 yards out from your own goal, the ball's not important. It's all the runners, and that's where you've got to, because you're always drawn to the ball. Just what you're touching about the first goal. Scott Brown was right on Messi there, then the ball was there, and Scott thought, I'll go and try and close it down. So he goes out, Messi goes in and scores a goal.
Louis Moult has scored a second for Motherwell. They're 2-0 up, Ruffy.
Yeah,
right.
Touched on it. I thought they might go in. No, but I appreciate what Murdo's saying. You know, Hamilton are a team, you know, a wee bit better at home than away from home. Certainly when they're away from home and they're going to get beat, they get beat handsomely. And certainly 2-0 would.
Moult does a great job for Motherwell, doesn't he? He is a good player for them. I think that's maybe one of these. They will also miss. I think Marvin Johnson was a great player for them in respect of like creating of goals for Moult, because he's great in the air and all that sort of thing. But to be fair, Johnson's away and there's Moult back in. He scored last week. And he scored another goal, a couple today. And as you say, I think Hamilton will have a hard job now, because Motherwell, have that 2-goal lead. It means that Hamilton have to come out a bit, and Hamilton are sometimes more comfortable hitting on the counter attack.
Martin Wycon with 2 quick chances there, but both failed to find the net for Rangers against Ross County. I think the Rangers fans will be at Ibrox hoping that there's a quick response to that loss to Celtic last week. There's always a fallout from the game where you get a feeling of the mettle of the side if they can bounce back from it. I tell you, Manchester City, Kevin De Bruyne has scored in their match. They're leading Bournemouth by 1-0. What a signing De Bruyne has been. Chelsea must be kicking themselves at that point. I think the Rangers fans, this is the problem with it. You're hoping for a quick response, an early goal to settle the stands, but the longer it goes on.
Yeah, well that's the big thing, Peter, in a game like this. You're turning up to watch your team and try and see how they're going to recover. And Rangers have got to do it on the pitch. Every single player has got to go out there. Obviously, the fallout from the Joey Barton thing during the week, it's all about attitudes. So they'll need to go and show a really good attitude today, and they've got to beat Ross County at home.
Yeah,
as I said, it'll not be an easy game, because Ross County are well organised, aren't they? They're a good side and they're quite comfortable.
I think Rangers will need to play at a tempo today, Peter. I think that'll be some of the fans will demand, won't they? They want to see a fast game, they want to see an open game, and they want to see Rangers creating chances and playing a style of play that actually gets them going on the turnstiles or in their seats in the stand, because they'll not want to see another performance lacklustre performance like last week.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing every time, that whether it's Celtic or Rangers, when there's a hurdle being put in front of you, it's not just about the football. It's about the mentality of the player on the park. There'll be 55,000 people there. You've got the boy Windass. You've got the other young boy playing. They'll have never played in front of 55,000 people when things aren't going particularly well.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's unless they get something that they can build on, the pressure will just get bigger and bigger.
Dumbarton are leading by 1-0, lads, against St Mirren. Stirling scored that goal, and I can tell you, Airdronians 0, East Fife 1. That goal scored by Kevin Smith. So St Mirren with more problems there. Just on the point of Celtic and a 7-0 hammering, Murdo. Roy Keane was very, very critical in the Champions League programme on STV on, I think it was the Wednesday night, where he basically said, he's questioning Celtic's ambition now. He just said, this is not. They shouldn't be celebrating scraping in, with the result against Hapoel Beersheva. Although when you look at the great result, they defeated Inter Milan by 2-0.
Special.
But I think Brendan Rodgers hit back, yesterday, saying, "Wait a minute." The objective here is to get into the Champions League. These guys are young. I'm trying to build a team, but they're in the Champions League, and it's going to be a long process. I think Roy Keane felt as if What's the ambition? Just to be the whipping boys in Champions League?
See, the big thing about Celtic coming through all the qualifying games, Peter, they struggled a wee bit in all the games, or the other teams were similar to Celtic's level. Do you know what I mean? They were Celtic just got through all their games. Then the final game they lost 2-0. They've qualified. That was the target, was to qualify. And now, first game back into the Champions League, you play possibly the best team in the world. Then all of a sudden you get thumped there. So all of a sudden you went from a high from the weekend beating Rangers 5-1 to getting thumped 7-0, and you go a wee bit flat again. But it's a learning curve. Celtic now have got to look at it. Very important tomorrow, going up to Inverness. Then they're looking at their European campaign. They've got Manchester City now at home. You know, two of the toughest sides, teams that spent millions on players, and they've got the first two games. Yeah. And it's never going to be easy. If you're struggling in the qualifying games to get through that, they're just, for me, Celtic are better than that level. Yeah. But they're not in between, because the money that they've got, Gordon, to spend on one player. I know. Celtic's get nowhere that amount of money to
say, Kilmarnock have gone 1-0 up against Partick at home, and Stranraer, Chris Boyd scored, and Stranraer 1-0 up in Albion Rovers. But Murdo, see what you're saying. I think they was totally wrong, Roy Keane, to criticise. If you're Celtic and you've not qualified for the Champions League for a few years to the group stages, and you do it, you celebrate that. You know, I don't care how you've scraped through or whatever. Getting in the group stage for a Scottish team is a celebration, and they'd every right to do that.
I think I'm a big fan of Roy Keane as a pundit, but I would say to you, Ruffy, if you were that good, you'd have been managing Celtic and not knocking it back, and you would have understood exactly how difficult it is.
Yeah, I think Brendan Rodgers came back with a good reply. You know, why was the Republic of Ireland celebrating when they qualified? You know, which I think was a fair point. They're celebrating because, as a group of players, have achieved what they went out to do.
Correct.
They weren't criticising the results they had before. It was this one particular game, the final game where you achieve it, you know, and you're quite rightly should be celebrating it. I think the Celtic night was more of a relief celebration in the way the game was going, you know, like, wow.
Big money for the club. They were celebrating the fact that the club was getting a huge big bonus. The players were obviously getting a big bonus too for getting there, but that was what it was all about.
That's the target, Gordon.
Absolutely the target. Everybody knows that regardless of what the draw was, we thought Celtic are going to struggle in this group, regardless of the draw, but all of a sudden the draw was probably harder than most people believed it was going to be. And you're looking at it now and you're thinking, how are Celtic, for me, the only competition Celtic have in this group is a fight for third spot with Borussia Mönchengladbach. That's the only competition that's now there for Celtic. So, but it's still an achievement to get through.
Did you watch
Motherwell have scored again? Motherwell 3-0 up on Hamilton.
The Gladbach game. Man City scored 2 early goals, and you thought, oh, Gladbach just looked a poor side. Gladbach then created chance after chance after chance, and they're a good side. And that's one that Celtic. Everybody's thinking, oh, they will beat Gladbach at home or even go there and get a point. They've got to be their very, very best
to get in from there.
Because it's going to be a tough one. But for me, Celtic, the achievement over the last 3 years, Peter, was to get back into the Champions League, and it's happened. And that was the occasion. That's why they were celebrating. And any side could go out and play Barcelona on that form, and they would be nowhere near them.
What about Louis Moult hat-trick? I mean, Ruffy, you just get your finger on the pulse today. I mean, everything you're touching at the moment turns to gold. You've been forthright in your opinion. You've just lashed Murdo there on the basis of you're looking at him in a condescending attitude.
Before you go any further about gold, what about Gordon Reid last night? Did you watch him?
Against the other Brit.
Alfie Hewitt.
Alfie Hewitt, yes.
Fantastic.
Well, we watched the doubles at tennis.
See the doubles? Well, you're a tennis man, Alan, honestly.
We
see it last night, Gordon, it was just too experienced for the young boy. That's his playing partner in the doubles.
Just out of curiosity, where did you get the link? And I need to enter your brain now. Where did you get the link from Louis Moult scoring a hat-trick to
you said
gold. You said gold.
Gold. Okay.
And then that was gold.
Honestly,
Gordon winning a goal last night.
I was dying.
He's won the Australian, Wimbledon, and a gold medal. Just fantastic.
Okay. So let's move it on. Spandau Ballet.
I'm looking.
Say it.
Gordon's turn.
Half the audience here.
Murdo, what have I told you? If there's a potential for Gordon to sing, you could kill the show completely. Calm your jets.
I'll get my guitar soon.
Well, listen, you remember we had that with the boy Alex Samuel. I just had my guitar handy with me, and away he went and started singing. Okay, the goals flying in right across the country, which is great. We always like to keep you right up to date with the goals as they hit the back of the net. Give us your thoughts on, of course, what Murdo was talking about there. It's Celtic at home against Manchester City in the next fixture, and I'm not so sure this one will be as difficult as... I think Celtic are always capable of something a wee bit special at home. You obviously have to have good players to be able to create something special, Murdo. But there is something special about a home night in the Champions League. They can sometimes punch above their weight, as Martin O'Neill used to say.
Well, I think you used to go back, Peter, over the 10 years ago and back to about 3 years ago, 4 years ago at the Champions League. The amount of big name sides that turned up at Celtic Park and they went away with nothing. Just because of the atmosphere, the fans getting behind it, but the players, the quality players that they had. But now here's an opportunity for the players that's there just now, Peter, to go out and put on a good performance. Because I think Man City will be too strong for Celtic as well at this game. But it's a chance for Celtic to go and work really hard against them, and then pick out the best bits from their game and trying to copy them. Yeah,
Twitter coming in from David Cunningham and says, I'm sorry, Murdo doesn't agree with you there on that. He said, Man City to beat Celtic convincingly at Celtic Park, says David. Yeah, it's all about opinions on it.
See, on paper just now, you'd think Man City will be very comfortable at Celtic Park, but if it's a special night, the way we always know that the way the fans get behind the team, the atmosphere within the ground, it inspires the team. And how many times you looked at it? Remember Manchester United came up to win the section, to win at Celtic Park, and Celtic beat them 1-0. The Nakamura goal, free kick, and Celtic qualified that night. And then Barcelona turned up and they get beat as well. So it can happen, but Celtic, they've got to be their very, very best to give Man City a game.
Iheanacho has scored for Man City. They're now 2-0 up on Bournemouth. It was Hull 0, Arsenal 1, and I think it was Iwobi who scored that goal for the Gunners. Peterhead are 2-0 up at Stenhousemuir as well. Gary Oliver has scored for Morton. They're leading by 1-0, and that's a big goal for Morton, Ruffy, against Dunfermline.
Yeah, Dunfermline have made 2 or 3 signings there, and we thought with some of the results they were getting that they were going to go on a wee run. But certainly, I think we all know that going down to Capello, it's a wee tight park. It's always a difficult one to come away with points there. And Jim Duffy will have his players fired up, and I still think Dunfermline will come back on that one.
Yep, okay. We've got a poll on Twitter at the moment, at Peter and Ruffy. Should Joey Barton remain a Rangers player? It's the hot topic of the week since we broke that exclusive story. And you can give us your thoughts on it. And we will look at the poll throughout the afternoon just to see how it's twisting and turning. But there's a fair few at the moment in our poll suggesting that he should remain a Rangers player, which is something that Gordon Smith and myself agree on. Over the course of the afternoon, if there's a goal anywhere in all 4 divisions of Scottish football, we'll keep you up to date with it. And of course, as you can see, constantly updated from the Barclays Premier League as well. And it's Cowdenbeath 0, Berwick Rangers 1. Kevin Thompson has scored the goal there for Berwick Rangers. I was talking to a former Berwick Rangers manager and a guy who played with distinction for Wolves and Heart of Midlothian in Scotland, Colin Cameron, last night. It's amazing the amount of players, good experience, good record in management that can't get a job back in football. So tough to get back in, Murdo.
It is. Obviously, every football player, when they stop playing, Peter, or even just before they stop playing, possibly didn't think about getting into the coaching side. And then towards the end of their careers, they felt, I need to stay in the game, I want to stay in the game. So they go and get their badges, they want to be a coach, they get their badges, and then they're looking for a job. And there's only so many jobs you can get, Peter. And you look at the guys that's already in the game, if they lose their job, they're still looking for jobs. So if you're an owner of a football club and you're looking for a new manager, do you bring in one with experience, or do you go and bring someone, well, here's a younger guy coming in? And then you take a gamble.
I still think Colin Cameron's got a lot to offer. I can tell you, for a goal up on Stirling, Andy Munro has scored that goal. But I think Colin Cameron is one of those players with the experience that he has, Gordon, and actually his track record. I mean, he was a good, he had a good start to management. Yeah,
I think he was doing well, and I thought he would build his reputation. But Murdo says sometimes it's just your reputation it goes against you. Some maybe a little bit of a hard time at one club, and then all of a sudden that word gets out there. But we see so often a job becomes available now, and sometimes you hear people saying, "We've had 30 or 40 candidates have applied for this job." That tells you the number of people that are trying to get back in the game, that are out the game, and also people, as Murdo says, who are finished their careers and they want to get their first job. Now it's hard to get your first job because then a lot of the directors do want an experienced person. So the first job sometimes the hardest, but by the same token, there's that many people out there who have, even though they've got a good track record. You take people like Jimmy Calderwood, for example, who just seems to have disappeared. Never seen him for years now.
Yeah.
And you know, he was managing at a high level. So it does happen, and it is tough if that's what you want to do.
Hard to believe your old side hasn't scored, Ruffy. Usually they've always got a goal, the high Bs, but a couple of chances for Gary Holt coming close. But other than that, Ayr United containing them at Easter Road.
Yeah, well, that's teams like Ayr United will go down there, and I'm sure Ian McCall, with the experience he'll got, will make it as hard as possible for Hibs, because we all know when you're expected to win a game, if things don't go your way, you know, the visiting team start to get a wee bit of confidence, and they start to have a break here and there, and with a wee luck you could go a goal behind. But certainly, as we all know, I think Hibs have got the experience to just bide their time in this one and take
forecast the game,
comes.
Ruffy, because you're having a good day so far, because you were right again. The Fairmen have just come back against Morton. You said they would, didn't you?
I must have had that wee crystal ball out last
I
night.
know.
Had a wee rub at it.
Yeah.
Lottery.
Absolutely.
Lottery numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be difficult for us to let you go, Ruffy, if you did win the lottery, but we'd get over them, wouldn't we, Murdo? We'd move on.
One night out with them would be fine.
Absolutely, preferably in Barbados, Ruffy, if you're a true friend. Listen, a great save from West Fotheringham there to deny Alex Schalk. That could have been the opening goal for Ross County, and this is a Ross County. I think I've got to mention him because he's been a really good goal scorer. Liam Boyce has won the Player of the Month for last month, Gordon.
Yeah, quite rightly so too, because he is the threat. I mean, if you know, I think if Ross County can do anything today, he would be the player that Rangers would be most worried about, because he is a natural goal scorer. He takes chances very well. So, I mean, it's an amazing number of games. I mean, see when you look at Rangers, the number of games they're losing actually now, they lose the first goal. It's quite a few games. And I was looking actually this week, Peter, at the last 10 results. Rangers, 5 games at home, the 5 games in the Premiership, and the last 5 games in the Championship last season. And of those 10 games, Rangers have scored 13 goals and lost 16, and they only won 3. They only won 3 out of their last 10 games in league football. So they're not been in form, you know what I mean? And they do need to turn that around, no doubt about it.
See, that's the great thing, Gordon. You know, when other people are watching movies, going out for things, you're basically saying to your wife, look, I'm going to sit here and look at these things all night, which is great. I love having you here on the programme. And you mentioned Liam Boyce here, Gordon, because he scored 6 goals already, and well worthy of the award. And I think the key here, guys, as you'll be well aware, Murdo, you were an assistant coach of a Premiership winning side. It's quite simply, if you've got a goal scorer, it can't, I'm not suggesting this is the case, but if you've got a goal scorer, it can actually paper over some of the other deficiencies in the side.
That's right through the whole league.
Yeah.
That's through the whole league. If you've got a goal scorer, it'll possibly drag you away from the bottom of the table.
Yep.
And if you get a goal scorer at the top, it can win you the league.
It's a good point, Peter. There's a good point I was going to make about that, is the fact that you take Kilmarnock brought in all these players, but all of a sudden Chris Boyd seems to come back into the picture with them, which was a bit of a surprise, because you always thought he wouldn't play, and he scored today.
Service?
Yeah, just that getting the service is a big key for Chris Boyd. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Sometimes I think, and again I'll come back to you on this, Murdo, but Ruffy, sometimes I think if you've got a specific type of player, you have to structure your team around how to get the best out of him personally, rather than saying, well, you'll just play in this system and you either work in it and hope for the best, or you're going to be dropped.
Well, as a manager, and these two guys have been managers at a top level, sometimes you've got a player on the park that has got a goal in him and he's having a nightmare, and you just refuse to take him off, because there might be a chance comes along. He might be the one that's in the position to take it. So these are the kind of decisions as a manager you've got to make, and that it does come to team selection. you have to make a decision, and you're looking about the guys that you've got. You see them in training, and they might not be doing well, but you know you can score goals or they can do something. You just put them in.
I know Murdo's going to chip in here, and he's going to tell us what was the thinking behind Harold brought back. What did you say to him, Murdo, before games? Because here is a guy who scored goals for fun for Rosenborg. In a strange sort of way, he is loved by the Celtic fans for being part of that championship team.
I love him too.
I know you. Absolutely. I knew you loved him in the first couple of minutes.
What a fantastic goal he scored in the last game of the season.
Yeah.
And it's funny, Henrik always said he loved playing with Harold because he makes the best runs than any striker he's played with.
Is that right?
Yeah. He was always on the move and always looking to get in behind. And again, he missed a lot of chances. He got on the end of things. But you're talking about what the managers think about when they're building up for a game, and you're looking and you've got a striker, even Lee Griffiths through the middle, and you're thinking, well, we don't really need two players wide in the side who's going to come down and whip balls into the box, because Lee's good in the air, but he doesn't score too many with his head. But Griffiths is fantastic when the ball comes into the middle of the park, inside channels, both right and left. Just put the ball through there, he'll chase after them, and one in the goalkeeper. He's one of the best. So I think managers actually work on the Friday or Thursday all week that you're going to get the ball into Griffiths' feet, into the channels, and he'll score all the goals for you.
Gordon, it's come on at one. Partick Thistle won. Lawless with his second goal of the season. Yeah,
back in it, Thistle, so they'll be happy with that. As I say, the good record there last season, won both games at Rugby Park. Kilmarnock were off to a good lead with Boyd. So that's another goal there. We've still got no goals in the Rangers game or St Johnstone yet. You expected maybe some goals there. But the point Murdo's making there about strikers, what I found in my career as a player and a manager, there are some strikers out there, Peter, who, see when they don't score, you're actually playing with 10 men. They don't do anything else. That's their only contribution.
Is that today? Are you talking about in general today's game?
In the game in general, just all through the years, there's been some strikers, as Murdo says, like Bratback, maybe Larson, who offer an awful lot more. They're the guys that really work hard and can create as well. But there are some people who are just out and out goal scorers, and that's it.
Hey, I'm going to be slightly naughty here. Can you name names on people who contributed absolutely nothing?
No, because they might be watching.
Look at Murdo's head, churning around there, thinking of
just like Livingston's just scored. That's my tip for the league. But there is goals, but you know that, and I don't think that happens nowadays. In the modern day, because there's no way a striker can go out, and if he doesn't score, he's not contributed to your team, because they've got to work hard, Peter. They've got to come back, they've got to do a shift, because you can't play with 10 men in a luxury player now. In the olden days, it was, they're getting a striker scoring week in, week out. You thought, fantastic, he's won the game for us, that's great. And if 1 week he doesn't score and he doesn't run about, you think he's made it difficult for us because he didn't put a shift in.
Danny Mullen getting that goal for Livingston, and Hamilton have got a goal back. Ali Crawford has suddenly made it Motherwell 3, Hamilton 1. It's game of the day for Des. What a game we've picked for him, Ruffy.
I thought Motherwell would have been able to see that one out, but I mean, obviously, I know there's still 2 goals of difference, but if Hamilton to get another one, the way Motherwell are going now with the home support, they need to win. They need to see this game out. They can't allow them to get back in.
It was interesting. I saw the highlights last week of that game, and we've talked about it before. Ali Crawford, what a good player. It's just amazing. It must be physicality as his problem that about getting a move on to a higher level, because he's so talented.
Well, he's just curled one from the edge of the box, just curling it away from the goalkeeper, Samson, into the back. And it's a great goal, and he's capable of that. He's got that good technical skill that Gordon was mentioning there. I just don't know why some clubs, I'm not suggesting for a minute it may not even be a championship club, but somewhere where he can earn more money. Hamilton are well aware
even
that these guys
Scottish
move
football,
on.
Peter. No, you're looking at Aberdeen, you're looking at Hearts, you're looking at these clubs that financially they're more money than Hamilton. You think that's a step up for him. But I don't know whether he's just waiting and hoping maybe a move to the championship.
I agree. I think I'm surprised none of the bigger clubs, even as you say in Scotland, Premier Division clubs, have got an interest, because I think even with different players around about him, he's so technical, creative, that he would do a job anywhere.
Yep, absolutely. West Brom now 2-0 over West Ham. That'll buy a bit of time for Tony Pulis. He was under pressure, Murdo.
Yeah, when you kind of half fall out with the owners and they're having a wee look at you, and then you're winning a game, then that makes it a wee bit easier.
Yeah.
But you know what they're like now, that these people's got so much money, Peter, if they fall out with you, you're out the door.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not the same kind of, I think there's not the same kind of family feel where people, if they are in, and again, I'm not being xenophobic here in any capacity, I just think that the accusation is there's not that sense of understanding of the history of a club where you would cut people more slack. If you are distanced, you're a foreign owner looking at your club, you just look at it and go in the cold light of day, here are the stats, get rid of them. There's not a sense of compassion in this to give somebody that little extra bit of time.
No, I think the unfortunate thing about the foreign owners, and when you see them coming into the club, it's all about them. They're all standing up with a big scarf around their neck, and they want to be the focus of attention, in the director's box. They want to be seen that they are the owners, rather than what else is going round about. And you're right, it's...
Then you've just put 100 million into a football club, you'll want more than a scarf.
Yeah. But who was it that touched on it? We were talking about Scotland managers, people out the game, find it difficult to get back in. How hard is it now for English managers with foreign owners coming in
to the highest level? You mean
bringing foreigners? I mean,
but Alan, the foreign owner, when he comes to the football club, when he's bringing in a manager from his own country, he's just thinking it's not a foreigner, or even round Europe. They're bringing in these managers. They're looking for the manager with the best CV, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything to them at all about the history of the club. And it's great, a family kind of feel to a football club. Now most of the football clubs, it is a foreign manager.
And I think the key here is, if you want to try and avoid any kind of criticism from Ruffy, don't wear a scarf if you've just bought a club, because he doesn't. It's a sure sign that he doesn't like what you're doing. It's a big scarf.
A big scarf.
Big sort of a Doctor Who.
You're not having it, Ruffy. I'll tell you, Gary Holt's had another chance. Just a glancing header there, Ruffy, from a David Gray cross, and again Hibs coming close but can't quite get the goal.
No, but sometimes you have to be patient, as long as you've got the fans on board, and I'm sure there'll be another big crowd at Easter Road today. So again, that can go for you or against you when you're not in the lead. The pressure could get to the predictor. Everybody's expecting you to go there and beat Ayr 3-0, and if it doesn't happen,
I thought that would be a comfortable win for Hibs today, to be honest with you. I thought with the form they're in, Ayr aren't doing so great. I think Ayr have got 5 points or something like that in their division, but 4 in fact they've got. But I just thought that Hibs would be ahead in that game.
Yeah, Peter McDonald has scored for Clyde, Ruffy. I always, he's been on the show on more than a few occasions, like Peter McDonald, delighted he's got his goal. He's going to score goals, and lots of them for Clyde, I think. Yeah,
and he's one of these players that's coming to the end of his career. He's gone through his coaching badges as well, but still got the belief that he can score goals, particularly at that level. And he's done it again, and that's obviously why Barry's took him there. And I'm sure he will score a lot more before the season's out.
It's great, Murdo. I've tipped Clyde to win it. I've tipped Peterhead to win it, and Hibs and Celtic. There's the 4. Can you give us your 4? I don't think we've had the chance to get your 4.
You did, yes.
Did we?
Yes.
Yeah. Go on and remind us.
Celtic, it was Hibs, it was Livingston, and it was, I think, Clyde.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you agree with me on that?
St Mirren just equalised.
So, St Mirren have just equalised. Peter McDonald scoring his 5th goal of the campaign for Clyde in their match. Clyde at this moment 2-0 up at Elgin, which is somewhat of a surprise, but for us it's a delight because we don't have that on the coup, and I don't think we would have picked that result out because Elgin have been going well, Gordon Smith.
Yeah.
So that's a wee surprise.
It is. I mean, they're sitting above Clyde. I think it's 2nd and 3rd that are playing. So I thought that would be a tight game, but that's a good scoreline from Clyde's point of view, and good from St Mirren as well, because that's going to be a tough one at Dumbarton getting back in the game. But I think they've got an incident that happened at Hull.
Yeah, Jake Livermore's been sent off 5 minutes before the end of the first half. It was a penalty. He was there denying the goal scoring opportunity, and Sanchez has missed the penalty. So it's still Arsenal leading by a 1-0. I think the Hull story is just a superb example to everyone about having a small squad. They're up against it, everybody's writing them off, and suddenly you have players just digging in and thinking, no, until we get new owners, we are just going to keep trying to produce.
Yeah, it's fantastic when you get that, a good team spirit. I don't know if you watched the game last night. Jurgen Klopp, see after the game, You think he was his best pal to all the players. No, they're all coming up to him and giving him a hug and a wee pat in the back and all these kind of things. And see, when you get that atmosphere within a football club, you're hard to beat because you're fighting for each other all the time. Because a lot of these guys arrive at a football club and there's no kind of relationship and they just go and do their own thing.
Yeah.
I think when you get the atmosphere and that relationship with your teammate standing next to you, you know if you've went into a challenge and lost it, he's going to come in behind you and back you up.
I was going to ask you about that, Murdo, because you obviously get the contact still in Dortmund from being there. How's Klopp regarded over there? Was he a big
they loved him.
favourite? Was he?
They loved him, and not just the players, but the fans as well. All the fans, and they were gutted when he was leaving.
Yeah.
But they knew at some point he was going to leave.
Just because of his personality.
But the way he coached as well.
Who's the guy on the bench that looks like him?
There is a double. He's got a double.
He's a double on
the bench.
Double ganger.
He's got a double ganger. He has got a double ganger. At Liverpool.
Okay. The blank look on Murdo's face tells me he hasn't got a Scooby-Doo on this one.
As I mentioned,
by the way, remember Murdo, he does that, by the way. He asks you a question which you have got no chance of answering. And whether he knows that a guy that looks like him and sits behind him.
Double, Gordon.
Yes.
You would think it was.
You wouldn't know.
I thought it was
when the pictures on from
I'll just tell you, it's his brother.
Like I tell you right now, it's his fitness coach, by the way. It's his fitness coach. See, that's the great thing about having a producer who also doesn't get out much like yourself, Gordon. He knows it's his fitness coach.
Here's a question, see if any can guess this. Barcelona won 5-1 today.
Yes.
Who were the 3 goal scorers?
Oh, a hard one.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
No idea.
No, we're not guessing on the basis that you'll turn around and go, you'll never believe this. Piqué scored all 5 of them. You know, no. Go on then.
It's the obvious.
Yeah.
Messi 2, Suarez 2, and Neymar 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Must get fed up.
Well, got fed up celebrating. I think
they quite like scoring for some reason.
Their understanding between the 3 of them is incredible. Do you know what I loved about it, Murdo? And again, you guys watch it and understand it from your days playing professional football. Suarez would go beyond the back 5.
Yeah.
He's in an offside position. He's quite happy to do that because what he wants to do is occupy one of the centre half's mind.
Yeah.
And then what he would do is he would run back, and you've got a running midfielder who runs in behind him to get on the end of Messi's inch perfect cross. I mean, it was incredible. And even at that point you made earlier, they were in a situation where all of a sudden it's slow. Messi's out on the touchline. He's not bothering about the game. He doesn't care about it. And then suddenly a fullback would go past them and give them the diagonal option. It was the movement was incredible. I mean, at times I just felt sorry for Celtic's back line because Kieran Tierney, you're thinking to yourself, Colo Touré's experienced it, but it was great.
Yeah. I think when you get players like that, when they're working your mind all the time, because if you're a defender and you know you've got to pick up Suarez and he's in front of you and you think, that's great, we'll just walk. Every time he goes there, I'll go behind him, I'll go on that. But all of a sudden he comes there, then he goes in behind you and you think, he's offside. He's in an offside position, but as you know, you're not in an offside position until you're actually going for the ball. So you start thinking, I'll drop a wee bit deeper, and as soon as you start to drop, your teammates are looking across. Do you drop with them, or do you push out and try and pull him out? And because Suarez is out there and he's just wandering back the way, he's still onside, and as you said, there's a space there, someone just charges in behind.
My first observation when the game started is they were all lining up, and obviously there was tactics of where Messi was going to be playing, where Suarez was going to play, and like 30 seconds into the game, Messi just wandered over to wee Kieran Tierney and just stood there, and Tierney was looking at the dugout going, what's happening?
Get an extra player on and don't take anybody off.
Passing, I mean, it's amazing how accurate their passing is too. I mean, it's just like, and it just seems to find their man all the time, and sometimes they get the ball played to them and all they do is play it straight back. So the players don't think they're going to do anything. Then next time they get it, they've turned. And then
they're away. You'll never believe this. Leicester are a goal up in Burnley. West Brom are 3-0 up on West Ham. That is something I don't think any of us would have anticipated. West Ham are going through a really difficult patch at the moment. Stranraer are 2-0 up on Albion Rovers, and it's 4-1 Stirling Albion 1 in that match. So as we approach half time, we're keeping you right up to date. Still no goals at Ibrox between Rangers and Ross County. Is that a surprise surprise to you, Gordon Smith?
Not really a surprise as such, but you wonder what the reaction will be with the supporters. It obviously depends how they're played. If they're played in a way that the fans are happy with, in terms of the movement and the chances they've created, and just how robust they've been in the game. That would be different. If they've not done very well in the first half, I can imagine there might be a half-time reaction, because I've been in that scenario coming off at
Well,
let's hope it's not in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Joy's not there.
Well, can I ask you this, Murdo? I mean, you're talking about reaction to criticism. Mark Warburton was quite stinging in his criticism of the media up here, which, again, I take issue with on the basis that, quite simply, Rangers are a big club. The fans have expectations. I bet you if it's 0-0 at half-time, the Rangers fans will be booing the team. Because, quite simply, if Mark Warburton thinks we're negative up here, we're not negative. We have a realistic outlook on the demands of the two biggest clubs in Scotland.
Yeah, I think you've just got to say to him, welcome to Glasgow.
Yeah.
No, if you're going to be a manager of Rangers, a manager of Celtic, you've got to take the stick when it's not happening on the pitch. And if you go out there and it's your ideas, your players you're playing out there, because there's a lot of Rangers fans that will be sitting just now watching, and the football's good to watch, that they're knocking across the pitch and then it's going back the way, and it's going down the sides and it's crossed into the box, not getting enough goals. But if you can play reasonably tidy football, but the fans will still not be happy.
Yeah.
You've got to be winning. When you're part of Celtic, you've got to win week in, week out. It's the exact same at Rangers. You've got to win home and away, Peter. And even this game, I think it's a really sticky game for them. I think it is tough that Ross County, they'll make it really difficult for them, and they've got quality up front as well, so the Rangers have got to be careful. They can't just keep on pushing players forward.
Yeah, but of course, as we mentioned, Liam Boyce, player of the month, well done to him. Hibs with all the possession in the first half, Ruffy. Apart from that Gary Holt header, nothing really to worry about for Ayr United so far.
Yeah, well, as the guys were talking about, when you've got a striker of reputation, you're expecting them to get a chance. Every boy Cummins, you're expecting them to get the one will be enough. And if it's 1-0, it's 1-0, you move on. Yeah,
I'm not sure Des McKeown will have enough time to describe all the goals in what has been a cracking Lanarkshire derby there. With Crawford getting a goal back, it's now Motherwell 3, Hamilton Accies 1. Join us after the break. We will bring you all the half-time scores from Scotland and, of course, the Barclays Premier League in England. It's all on the Football Show. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday football show. Half times across the country, 4 divisions in Scotland, the Barclays Premier League. We always like to keep our eye on the top flight, the riches of the Premier League as well, and the scorelines are surprising ones too. Let's have a look at the half times. First of all, in the Premiership in Scotland today, 4 games, 2 taking place on the Sunday. It's Kilmarnock 1, Partick Thistle 1. Motherwell 3, Hamilton 1, Rangers 0, Ross County 0, and St Johnstone 0, Hearts 0. Dundee against Aberdeen, and Inverness Caledonian Thistle against Celtic take place on the Sunday. What about the Championship today? Because quite a few people will keep their eye on Hibs, but they're not getting any way through that Ayr back line at the moment. It's Hibs 0, Ayr 0. Just above that, Dumbarton 1, St Mirren 1. Morton 1, Dunfermline 1, and Queen of the South 0, Wraith Rovers 0. Falkirk against Dundee United is a 5:15 kick-off this evening. Into League One in Scotland for the half-times. Airdrieonians 0, East Fife 1, Livingston 1, Brecon City 0, Queen's Park 0, Alloa 0, Stenhousemuir 0, Peterhead 2, and Stranraer 2, Albion Rovers 0. And as far as League 2 is concerned in Scotland, Arbroath 0, Annan Athletic 0, Cowdenbeath 0, Berwick Rangers 2, Edinburgh City 0, Montrose 0, Elgin City 0, Clyde 2, and Forfar 1, Stirling Albion 1. And I think in that division, certainly Barry Ferguson will be well pleased with a 2-0 advantage up at Elgin. Into the Barclays Premier League, and some big teams involved at the top end. Hull 0, Arsenal 1, Leicester 1, Burnley 0, Manchester City 2, Bournemouth 0, West Brom 3, West Ham 0, and Everton against Middlesbrough is the 5:30 kick-off, and there are a number of games, 4 to be precise, taking place on the Sunday. So, in the Premiership in Scotland at the moment, I think Motherwell coasting, despite that little consolation at the end of the first half from Crawford from a free kick.
Yeah, I think when you're 3-0 up at home, Peter, you always think game, set and match, but if the opposition get one, it depends how they start the second half. I think it's important for Motherwell to go out and try and get another goal, just to put everything back into a 3-goal advantage, because if Hamilton can get the next goal, it's game on, because the one team will get forward. Hamilton will just throw caution to the wind. When you're 3-0 down, you think you've lost the game anyway. But if you get back to 3-2, then all of a sudden you think you've got a great chance. So you'll throw caution to the wind and just keep on going forward. And that might be a wee bit tough for Motherwell.
Now, are you okay, Ruffy?
Yes.
Yeah. And now, 1 minute. I was just about to say, just quickly, Gordon, Rangers are finding now teams in the top half of the table. These are the games that give you an indication of how far Rangers have come and how far they need to go. They're finding it tough to break down Ross County.
Well, they are. They've found it tough to break down any they've played so far. I mean, they've only won by 1 goal in the matches they've won. They were a goal behind against Hamilton and against Dundee. Came back and won those 2 games. So they're not really. They're still not captured their form yet at all. And the fans will be a bit worried about that. They're playing at home today and they can't score in the first 45 minutes.
Okay, so no breakthrough yet for Mark Warburton's side. Don't forget, coming up, it's the second half kick-off. We'll hear from Des McKeown on the 4 goals at Fir Park coming up after this quick break. Breakdown Ayr United, Ruffy.
Yeah, it'd be disappointing for the fans. I mean, I'm thinking there may be 13,000 at that game today, which is a tremendous crowd, obviously looking for that goal. And I think if they were to get a goal, you would expect 2 or 3 to follow. But all credit to Ayr United. They went down there, set their stall out to obviously frustrate Hibs, and that's what it looks as if they're doing at this moment.
And the big news, Gordon Smith, is Newton Moore have won the Camanachd Cup for the 31st time.
I'm very pleased for them.
And so am I, actually. You know, it is strange how in different regions, in areas, I mean, sport is sport, but in the north, way up in the north, the Camanachd Cup has a special attraction. I mean, I know in a former life, you two, when you were working at the BBC, they would have spent about, what, 3.5 hours on that?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
More.
Where was that? Where was that final today? Is the question?
Can you say Oban?
Is it Oban?
Fort William.
Fort William.
Is that right?
Yeah. Is that not who they were playing?
Don't know.
The centre forward was retired and they brought him back. He was a scuba diver.
That's what I mean, honestly, Ruffy, that is magnificent from you. Where did you get that
With the
from?
rigs, I saw it. He worked up in the rigs. He was a underwater diver and he decided to come
It's very interesting.
That's great, Ruffy. Honestly, you had me and he worked in the rigs and then I was gone, Murdo.
Yes,
Simple as that.
A wealth of knowledge there.
He really is. It's fantastic. I've started to turn the screw on Ruffy and try and read broadsheet papers, but if they haven't got a big giant picture in the middle, he's just not reading it. Yeah, absolutely.
But Eddie Muncher.
Eddie Muncher. That's a good name.
He's gone. He's gone.
Are you all right?
Muncher the diver.
Scottish Big Eater is a Muncher.
You are so one-dimensional, Ruffy. It's a compliment I can pay you. But having spent a week with you in Barcelona, there was a period when you actually have to just walk ahead of him and leave him Murdo. Absolutely.
Did you do the city tour? Did you go there?
Oh, did you? Oh, you should have seen it. You've got to go on STB Glasgow and STB Edinburgh because he has Ruffy's Guide to Barcelona. Which, can I share something with you? Because there's no goals coming at this moment. Can I share something with you? When we were recording Ruffy's Guide to Barcelona, it was absolutely priceless. I mean, it should be a Christmas release on Ruffy's grasp of anything to do with Barcelona. It was brilliant, Ruffy.
Yeah, I thought it was. I didn't think it would take an hour to do it, the recording for 5-6 lines, but it's amazing.
Yeah, it was 32 takes, and of the 32 takes, it was a. It was a. Now you've got to understand, Murdo. It's a two, possibly 3-minute package. Yeah. It took us just over 20 minutes to get the whole thing nailed. Eventually, Hibs have got the goal, Ruffy. They've been knocking on the door. Finally, it's in.
Yep, and I always think after half time coming out, worst time is.
Take that bet off.
Motherwell have scored as well.
Motherwell coasting 4-1 up now. I don't think there's any way back. Game over. Are you happy with that,
It's
Murdo?
funny, Alan said at half time there that Hibs will score straight into the second half. And there you are, 5 minutes.
Rangers, he said. He said it would be Rangers that would score.
Yeah,
no, he said
give him the credit as well. Listen, Louis Moult scored. Louis Moult scored from the penalty spot, from the fourth of the game. So that is a great day. Has there any? Well, sorry, Ruffy, and I'm not having a go at you because you know how highly I regard you. But apart from Dixie Dean, what are you laughing at? Apart from, did Dixie Dean score 6 against you?
Yes, he did.
Because this is shaping up. You know, I can recall Marco Negri scoring 5 for Rangers. Yep.
And Kenny Miller scored 5.
You're right.
Once
Kenny Miller did score 5.
Yeah.
Anybody else that we can think of scored 5 goals? Because Moult's on 4, and who would bet against them getting 5?
I get 9 for the BB.
I'll never forget that day. Absolutely.
Did George Best not score 5 one day?
George Best against Northampton in an FA Cup. I think it was. I think he scored 6.
Yeah.
I think you're right. And can I just say something to you? Can I just say something to you, which I think somebody said to us, Messi scored 5 against Bayer Leverkusen, but can I just mention to you that if you get a chance, watch our interview with Pele on Monday night, because he mentions one of the best players that he's ever seen was George Best.
Really? Yeah.
Garrincha and George Best.
Yeah.
Now, if you are talking, I mean, I look upon it and wish I was able to say at some point, I watched George Best when he played for Hibs. But I would love to have seen George Best play, a 90 minutes for Manchester United. Now, if Pelé is saying George Best, you have to turn around and say, well, come on.
Yeah.
If he's saying it.
I think we were one of the first teams playing against George Best, and I think he scored his first goal in Scottish football against us.
Yeah.
No, just wonderful. No, even at that age, and I was down the left-hand side, came in and he's curled one front post. And
who was your goalkeeper that day?
Peter Latchford.
Okay, I'm just checking with you for your knowledge.
I think the shame for George Best to a degree was he never got recognised at international level because Ireland weren't qualifying for anything really during his time there, were they?
Yeah.
They weren't in major tournaments, so he wasn't getting a world stage. Which that was the only way you get a world stage in those days was if you played in a World Cup.
We played in the semi-final of the Scottish Cup at Hampden, and I always remember George Best coming in from the side, and Davy Provan went up and he nutmegged Davy, and I thought, I'll get him when he comes through the other side. He nutmegged me as well. In a way, honestly, just fantastic skill, and he wasn't quick.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Now at that time, Peter, he wasn't flying by people, just a wee drop of the shoulder and he's away by people. Just a joy to watch.
Yeah, and Stephen Dobby has scored for Queen of the South. They're a goal up against Raith Rovers, and I can tell you for Kilmarnock and for Rangers, Chris Boyd scored 5 goals as well. There's quite a select band of people who can say they've scored 5 goals. I'm trying to think. Did Oleg Salenko is another one that's strikes me. I can't remember where, but nevertheless, it's a select few. Molt's on 4, might be trying to get 5. Could be a day to remember for him, but he's definitely got the match ball, which I think sometimes, is a worry if you score 3. I think Robert Snodgrass had to battle with the officials to get the match ball for the game against Malta.
Yeah. I think the ref was fancying it.
I thought that was good. Cammy Bell getting the match ball last week for saving the 3
penalties.
But did you read that the Guinness Book of Records wouldn't accept it?
Yeah,
because it's not the highest level.
Top flight.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's a poor show, isn't it? I mean, if you save it, you save it. A penalty is difficult from 12 yards at any level.
It's because of the timing that they were trying to get in, because there are other goalkeepers who have saved 3 penalties in a match. That's happened before, but it was what they were trying to say was it was the tightest. It was in 23 minutes or something like that. So they were trying to say this is the fastest ever hat trick of saves, but they would reject it because it wasn't at the highest level of football. Yeah,
just talking of the highest level and the notch just below it, the Europa League. Surprise result again for Manchester United against Feyenoord. He'd made a few changes, and again that gives us another indication of the disdain that the Premier League clubs look on anything other than the Champions League. Yeah, because of the money they have.
You're right. They've got so much money, Peter. And Man United think they should be in the top. They should be playing in the Champions League, and they're not. So they make was it 8 changes for the game?
I think it was 9, maybe.
Was it 9? Yeah. And again, I think a lot of people were talking about it though. That the manager was just having a look at a lot of these squad and seeing if they were good enough to come into the main team. And obviously I think 3 or 4 of them kind of ruled themselves out because it wasn't a great performance. Because you look at Feyenoord, when out there they battled away, great atmosphere, and then when the winner went in, the whole place is celebrating. It's a great thing for Feyenoord beating this Man United team, albeit 9 changes.
Yeah,
I might be wrong, but you would have thought, we know who he is. But you would have thought, in what's been happening at Man United, he would go in and try and win something quite early. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Be determined enough to get the fans on board, because I'm sure there must be a lot of fans out there weren't enamoured 100% just because of who he was, not because of what he'd done. So you would think you'd want to win games, and win everybody on side.
It's also a trophy that Manchester United have never won yet as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he actually made his career.
And sometimes that's not a bad thing.
I know.
Maybe if you're winning the bigger one.
I know. But on the basis, Murdo, his career was all made on the basis of winning this trophy at Porto.
Queen's Park's one up against Alloa.
Yeah, Queen's Park scored.
Ross Milne has scored that goal.
Goodness.
That's a big game, isn't it?
It is. Obviously, going to Hampden for Alloa, I know they've been in a fantastic run and now struggling 1-0 down.
Okay, that's the goal going in. As the goals go in the second half, we'll keep you right up to date with all 4 divisions in Scotland and, of course, down south in the Barclays Premier League, where I think it's safe to say Gordon Smith at the surprise of the afternoon is West Brom thumping West Ham at the moment by 3-0.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, West Ham, let's be honest, was it last week they were leading and they ended up getting beat 4-2 at home? And I think to myself, well, that was a bit of a shock, but they obviously dipped a bit because this week, very quickly, they were down 3-0 to West Brom, so not the best of days or the best of fortnights for West Ham.
Yeah, I always thought it was going to be tough, Ruffy. I know we were trying to do our match predictor for this afternoon. I always thought it was going to be tough for Hearts to go to St Johnstone. They, we mentioned week in, week out, they're a stuffy side, difficult to play against. So this is going to be a real test. I noticed in midweek that Robbie Nielsen said that he hopes that Hearts can keep Tony Watt on a permanent basis, get a deal for him.
Yeah, I think what we've seen already of him, it looks as if the confidence coming back. He looks quite a cocky lad, but he just needs to knuckle down, obviously, to the team, to be a team player. But certainly, you know, I would think if he was to score regularly, he's in the Scotland squad already, and that would be the confidence for me to keep scoring goals.
Well, it's games like this one, though, Peter. He's got to get it when 2 strong defences against each other. He's got to break down that St Johnstone defence and try and get himself in front.
Well, what about the scoreline now? 4-0. It's a hammering. West Brom against West Ham. Nasser Chadley scoring again.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, West Ham, they're sitting at 3 points just now in the league, and the way it's going just now, they could easily be overtaken over this weekend. Yeah. But other teams and find themselves either bottom of the league or in the bottom 3. So it's a real bit of a hard time for West Ham today, but that scoreline could increase even yet.
Arsenal are 2-0 up against Hull.
8 goals.
Arsene Wenger has just celebrated that the Theo Walcott, I think, has got the goal there for Arsenal. So they're 2-0 up at Hull. Are Arsenal going to be in the mix for the title this season, Murdo?
They always are.
Yeah.
But I think they'll get pushed down a wee bit, Peter. I think there'll be a scramble for them to get into the Champions League this year. Because you've got Man United's going to be there, Man City's going to be there, Chelsea's going to be there. No, Everton's off to a great start, but I don't think that they'll be in the mix for the
Hearts are losing.
Big prize.
St Johnstone have just scored.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just on that basis, is that Hearts are losing because it's a surprise?
Yeah, because we're seeing them as a team that are going to be challenging. I think you just tipped them earlier on, Peter, to be finished second.
If somebody says, Hearts are getting beat, he thinks it's a surprise.
Yeah. Well, I just think it was.
It just come into conversation. Hearts are getting beat.
We're just talking about. It was a surprise because it just happened. It wasn't because it's a surprise Hearts are losing. But the thing about it is that we've just been saying about Tony Watt. His job today would be to try and get a goal for Hearts in this game. But that is a surprise to me. I thought Hearts could go there and win.
Yeah, okay. The goal Graham Cummins has scored for St Johnstone. They are 1 goal up on Hearts. So there's a wee bit of needle ahead of that game anyway, Ruffy. When the manager comes out and says that most of the Hearts players are guilty when there's a chance to get any kind of advantage by going down in the penalty area, they would do that.
Well, it's just an experienced manager. I think Jock Stein used to do it all the time. If there's a big European game coming up, he would just warn everybody that, particularly the referee, in mind, that this team particularly are diving. So that's all he's done. He's just thrown it out there in a sort of a discreet way. Not that it would influence the referee, I wouldn't think, but it just brought to attention. And the first time Tony Watt or anybody else goes into the box and goes down, then the referee has to make a decision, and it would be a strong referee for it not to sway.
Yeah. Manchester City, just in case you missed it, are leading by 3-0. Raheem Sterling scoring the third for them. They're coasting at the moment. I'm curious to see how they all perform when they come to Celtic Park as a group now, because it's a change from last year. Pellegrini in charge. Now you've got a man who tries to play a similar style of high pressing, win the ball back. It's a Barcelona situation, win it back as quick as you can, and then play these little passes. And suddenly, you know, from the analysis of the last week, you have a different David Silva. You have a different way they're playing, and suddenly they look good in the team. De Bruyne looks even more dangerous than last season.
I think, Peter, with the new manager coming in, all of a sudden, so much respect from the players and the way he conducts himself on the training ground, the way he wants to play football. And I think all these guys, they're all multi-millionaires.
Yeah.
So if they fancy it, they fancy it. If they don't, they don't. But I think now they all fancy it. And they all know if they don't play, they're not going to be part of the squad. And they'll get left out. So unless you do what the manager asks you, you're out. You know, look at the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
First example, no, he's not got good with the ball at his feet. Just move him on.
Yeah.
So
of
when
course,
you've got that, Peter, you know, and you've got these best players in the world playing for you, then you've got a chance of winning the title.
I was just about to say to you, and Joe Hart hasn't settled in too well. He made a blunder in his first game for Torino. Played well over the course of it, I'm going to be fair to him, but still the blunder stuck in everybody's mind.
People always forget he played well, but it's the goalie.
Yeah. Listen, you know, you're right. I mean, I'm looking at Ruffy. Ruffy's smiling now because you know, well, a lot of people, when I'm in his company, I have to. Your generation, you don't have to, but younger people, I have to say, your man here was absolutely top drawer. And then, you know, with a twinkle in their eye, they look to their dad and they say, but he let down the entire nation. You're talking about 2 or 3 incidents. I mean, surely he gets the ball at his near post against Iran. It's a goalkeeper's thing, Murdo. You cover your near post.
Wasn't it?
That's it.
Remember watching it when you were just out of school, just coming back.
Yep.
What happened?
Oh, absolutely. You're absolutely right. I remember you were in first year, and I'll never forget this. It's okay. There'll be other World Cups. You know.
Plenty of them.
Yeah.
In those days there were.
Well, there was for me.
Brilliant, Ruffy. You got it in there. It's well worth it, Ruffy.
I'll get it right next time.
It's classic. I love it when he does it. It's absolutely.
So West Ham have got a goal back.
Yeah, and it's Mikel Antonio who's got that goal back for West Ham, but I think it's a long way back, to be honest with you. But stranger things have happened. Ian Russell has scored from the penalty spot. It's Airdrieonians 1, East Fife 1 as well. We've had him on the show as a guest, and I think that's a good thing about the programme, as well as just talking about football. A lot of the people that we're meeting, Ruffy, and you guys are all out at various sporting events, a lot of the people that we're meeting, we're chatting to them, they enjoy the football guests coming on from anywhere. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's an Ian Russell, and I'm not trying to put people at levels here. It's an Ian Russell, it's a Murdo McLeod, it's a Gordon Smith.
You're going to finish off with Pelly here?
I'm just about to say, honestly, I hate to say this, but I mean, come on. I mean, Ruffy, I mean, realistically, it's Pelly. It's the best guest we've had.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you're the only one that saw him, and I was getting invited.
Oh, did you not get invited?
No, I get invited. Yeah.
No.
It's the best.
Gordon's one of his mates. He's one of his mates, and he never get invited.
Yeah, I have to say to you, listen, to try and even get Ruffy involved to come out that little bit extra, it takes a special incentive to get him going. When I said Barcelona, his eyes lit up like a kid who just got the perfect Christmas present. But Pelly, I mean, I think if we'd have mentioned your name, he would have known. Obviously,
you never mentioned him.
Well, so you never mentioned that at all.
No, I never mentioned you at all. What I did was
Hamilton have scored again.
Hamilton scored 2. Ali Crawford, I like the fight back's on. By the way, just on that point, I just went up to Pelly and I said, here are just some of the papers that Gordon submitted to FIFA for changes in the rules that he wanted. He went, Gordon, yes, over officious. Yep.
He actually agreed, so I was all right.
There you go, Murdo.
I liked Pelly for that. And it was, it was amazing. I think I've mentioned before, I got a total shock, Peter, when the first meeting I went to, I was in late, and I sat in the front row, so I was only looking at the top table. And Franz Beckenbauer was the chairman of it, you know. And then after we went out for a coffee, we came and Franz Beckenbauer sat beside me. Then Pelé sat there, Eusebio, Platini, Bobby Charlton, Dragan Stojkovic. I'm thinking, If there was a team getting picked here, I wouldn't get in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking there. I must apologise to all the viewers. That's 6 name drops in a 30-second period, which is a record. We'll have to check with the Guinness Book of Records whether that is a record in such a short space of time. No. Can I ask you this? If you score 4 goals and the manager subs you, do you just take the adulation, or do you think, oh gosh, just stayed on for the 6? Louis Molt's been substituted.
Well, he's off.
He's off. What do you do? What's your mindset?
He's maybe coming back from injury though, isn't he? He's been coming, maybe that's the reason. He just thinks, you've had a great day, good time to take you off, you'll get a great reception, you know?
I think, was it Brian McClare scored 4 one week at Celtic and he get dropped the next week?
Really?
Is he getting dropped 4?
Aye, I think it was against Dundee as well.
Yeah.
Who's the manager?
Davy Hay.
Had there been a night out and he was penalised in some way?
Brian McClare, a night out.
OK, let's move on. The team for Falkirk against Dundee United. Here's Falkirk, Rogers and goal, Lewis Kidd, Luke Leahy, David McCracken, Tom Teu, Mark Kerr, John Baird, Craig Sibbald, Miles Hippolyte, Luca Gasparato and Bob McHugh, the starting 11 for Falkirk. Ruffy?
Yeah, that'll be a big game. I think Falkirk, bad start, beginning to get going, but this will be a big game for both sides. You know, both of them will want to be in the top 4, but I think it's more important for Falkirk at this precise moment after the great season they had last year. They really need to go on a wee run.
Listen, Lanzini has scored for West Ham against West Brom. See, if they have a comeback here, I mean, the West Brom fans are not the most forgiving. Tony Pulis will be getting it in the neck.
Maybe Hamilton and West Ham are both going back 4-2, both down 4-2, but Man City are leading 4-0 against Bournemouth. They're cruising in that game. But a big scoreline as well from the Championship, Peter's Queen of South are now 2-0 up on Raith. I mean, Raith off to a great start, lost last week to Falkirk at home, but Queen of South beating them today, and that's Queen of South looking strong in second spot, and Hibs have down to 10 men.
Wow! You were like a duo there. It was like Jedwards and Hibs down to 10 men. Down to 10 men.
West Ham have scored again.
There we are.
Oh, it was 4-2.
Yeah, I've just said that about a minute and a half ago.
No, it was 4-1. You said.
No, I said it was 4-2. You're turning into Machiavelli. Any chance you can keep with the programme?
I said there's 2 4-2s now.
I just said Lanzini and he said 4-2. OK. Can I just say, Ruffy, Sampson has just pulled off his second top drawer save in the last couple of minutes. Hamilton are not out of this. They're having a go now. Nothing to lose.
Yeah, and as we know, Motherwell when attacked, you're in a situation. You know, what do you do it for?
Yeah.
You know, you try and see the game out. You get behind the ball. You think at 4-2 they'd be capable enough of trying to see the game.
Well, if you're 3-0 down, you've lost the game anyway, Peter. So at 4-2, and you think, just keep on charging forward.
Man City 4-0 up now. Gundogan. I thought it was Gundogan, but it seems to be Gundogan. That's the way they pronounce that.
They're in a bit of form without doubt. Kilmarnock have just scored as well. Kilmarnock have just gone 2-1 up against Partick. So. Well, it'd be interesting to see who's got that goal. Yeah,
look at Ruffy's face when you actually look at it. It's the only part of the programme. I have to say, when we were actually out at the grounds, Murdo, doing the commentary, the cameras were on us, and you try to. I call it professionalism. You try to maintain your professionalism, your impartiality, and you're looking at the game unfolding. And you want to comment on great goals. Well, Partick Thistle are playing Hamilton Accies at the Accies ground, and Accies score in the last second to equalise in the game. Was it 3 each, Ruffy, it finished? And it finished 3.
Thistle were winning 3-0.
Thistle winning 3-0, and Accies equalised to make it 3-3. Well, he's punching the table, he's putting his hands in his head, he's raging. I thought, where's your impartiality?
Neutral. Yeah.
I mean, Ruffy.
It's very difficult when you've been at a club for 25 years.
On a 25-year deal.
Yes, you don't feel sorry for them. But this is a bad one for Thistle. That'll be them rooted, Gordon, yeah?
But they've got a game in hand, but it's against Celtic, to be fair. But they're at the bottom of the league at the moment, so they're certainly not moving if they lose this.
And generally, the person at the bottom of this league usually stays there for quite a long time.
That's
so
true.
That's the worrying start.
It's not much in it at the moment, though. It is pretty tight down there, that's for sure. But that would be a good result for Kelly in terms of how things have been going. The more points they can pick up, because one of the aspects is at times their home form's not been good, Peter, and the fans kind of been reacting to that. But as Murdo says, I've been speaking to a few Kilmarnock fans as well, and they think there is a bit of optimism now. They do think things are beginning to improve. Yeah.
Well, I think you're right, Murdo. It's early days. Which is one of your catchphrases on this programme. It is early days. Partick Thistle, I like Alan Archibald. I like what he does at the club. I think it's a well-run club now. A lot of in fact, all of their debt's been wiped out, and they're trying to just get all the training facilities up to scratch. They've got a youth development squad in place as well. So, and Alan Archibald is a good professional.
They play good football, and I think what they need is a striker. We spoke about that earlier on. If you can get someone who's scoring goals, Thistle will do well. They just need someone week in, week out to nick a goal.
Is Doolan not playing today though?
He's playing.
He's been the main guy for them to get goals from, isn't he?
But if he doesn't score, then who else is getting Gordon?
That's true.
That's one of the problems.
They don't have enough goals from different areas.
If you're going to be bottom of the table, this is the time to be bottom of the table.
Yeah.
A long way to go, Peter. There's a lot of points to be won and lost, and I think if you're there just now, then you've got a wee chance to changing things and then just go and catch up.
Yeah, Newcastle could have made it 7 wins on the trot today. They're 2-0 down at home to Wolves. I think the Geordies now are starting to really warm to Rafa Benitez and what he's doing there. I expect them to win it, Gordon. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they will, but it's a long way to go yet. But the fans seem to are happy with what he's doing.
Okay, over the course of the afternoon, we always like to keep you up to date with what's happening across the Premiership. Still 0-0 in that match between Rangers and Ross County as well. It looks as if Motherwell will be able to hold on, but if there's a twist in it and Hamilton can get it to 4-3, it really would be game on, Murdo.
Oh, it'd be exciting if it gets to 3, because Hamilton again, Peter, if they manage to get one more goal, they'll just throw caution to the wind, because they'll be looking at it to get the next one.
Chris Boyd, good day for him. It's been a difficult couple of weeks. I know you thought he shouldn't have played last weekend with the setback in his family and losing his brother, which is something I don't know how he had the mental strength to play last week, but it's great to see him getting 2 goals. I'm sure it's one of those days where you just you pay tribute to him and say those goals were for your brother.
Absolutely. No, I mean, it's amazing. He played last week. That showed a lot of mental strength. But as I say, the great thing for Chris Boyd is the fact that he's managed to fight his way back in to a scenario there where the manager's come in and made a lot of changes. He's left players out that were playing regularly, players who had been at the club. He's had a great Kilmarnock career when you consider he's been there. Now, is this his 3rd time back, isn't it? But, to keep himself in the frame and get a game, and then what he's doing now again is he's scoring goals. And that's turning things around for Kelly.
That's what the manager would be looking for, Peter. He's brought in, 11, 12 new players. And
more than that, even.
He's got someone in the club.
I thought it was 15 at one point.
Who can score more goals than any of them, Peter.
Yeah.
And he's on form. And Boyd's, was it the second spell he'd won the full run at Kilmarnock?
There was one season we worked out, and his goals, I think it was something like 23 goals all year have equalised because Hibs are down to 10 men. So. But it's a big goal for Ayr United getting a goal there.
This could be that moment where great chance. Yeah, great. Well, no, not really. Where were you? Ayr United look 10 men. Everybody's thinking there has to be a little, shaft of optimism of light that you can actually stop the runaway train.
Yeah, definitely. But that's what I'm saying. When the fact they're losing, but the fact that all of a sudden Hibs being home side down to 10 men, it does give Ayr a chance to get themselves back in the game. So
the big thing for Hibs though is their mentality now for the last 15 minutes, Peter. Do they think, are we going to sit in here and
for the draw?
Just take the draw? But Ayr, if Hibs sit in, Ayr will have plenty of space to go and attack Hibs.
Yeah, that's right.
And they'll be looking for a victory.
Conrad Ballatoni scoring the equaliser, Ruffy.
Yeah, it must have been a set piece, obviously, with the centre half.
How can he not score from open play?
I wouldn't have thought it'd been. It must have been a header for 60 yards.
Isn't that brilliant, Murdo? You couldn't make it up with him. It's fantastic.
But, the Rangers have just made 2 substitutions.
Yep.
Garner and Waghorn off, Kenny Miller on. Nobody the last day Kenny Miller comes up with the winning goal in the last 5 minutes.
I wouldn't rule it out. I just think Kenny Miller has been a shining example to every youngster. I'm a big fan of Kenny Miller because of the type of player he is, Murdo. At Celtic, I think, the way that team was set up with Gordon Strachan, he very rarely got the chance to run beyond. He likes running and facing the ball. I don't think he's a back-to-goal player.
No, definitely not. He's one, when you see him playing just now, he still works so hard though, but he tries to get involved in all the short passing movements and then moves off again. But I think in his younger days when he was at Celtic, all he wanted was the ball into space. He would chase after it, finish, great finisher. But his attitude just now is just fantastic.
Yep, he's
still going.
Gets the chance to score for Rangers. Will he do it? Keep with us here. Stay with us on STV throughout the afternoon. Every Saturday, 2 o'clock until 6. Keeping you up to date with all the goals. And Monday to Friday, as ever, Monday to Thursday, we've got the football show, and we extended on the Friday just to throw in other sports as well. As the Camanachd Cup, we can throw in tennis. Ruffy loves his tennis, and this coming Friday, we'll throw in a bit of boxing as well, because let's not forget, Fight Night returns to STV. We're really looking forward to a fabulous card coming up on the 29th of September. Look out for that. Ian McLeod will be alongside me as we have some fabulous bouts to talk about. We'll give you more details of that. Livingston 2, Brecon 1. Troughton has scored that goal there. So goals flying in as you would expect, but it's in the Premiership where I think the twists and turns, when you talk about teams that have to try and make a regular go of it so that it keeps that gap between themselves and Celtic. Aberdeen, you look to them. Hearts are behind against St Johnstone. Rangers haven't scored as yet against Ross County. The Aberdeen conundrum, for me, the reason why I don't tip them to finish second, Murdo, is because right now I just don't see something. I don't see enough of a spark in that side that suggests to me they can go and win games week in, week out. Shea Logan in the last 24 hours saying, we've got 3 games coming up. I think we can win against Dundee tomorrow, St Johnstone in the League Cup, and Rangers in the league. Yeah, I don't buy into it.
But they've just got to go and do that, Peter. I think they had a wee spark going bits of last season, but then when they had the opportunity to go and catch up in Celtic, they didn't. And I think that's what let them down. And I think this year they've started playing that way, that they're not a side that you kind of fear. I think a lot of teams in Scottish football went up to Pittodrie thinking, oh, this is going to be a really difficult game. I think now they're turning up there and thinking, we could get something here. And Aberdeen's got to go and change that themselves, start winning at home all the time.
Yeah, and Dundee's manager, Paul Hartley, has mentioned, last year their Achilles heel was just too many draws. He gets the feeling this season, and amazingly, this season without 2 of his 3 top goal-scoring players, 2 of them are away.
Yeah, that's it. We thought they would struggle without these players. But Aberdeen could be getting a boost today, Peter, because, looking at the fixtures, they'll be seeing Rangers and Hearts as rivals for them too, as to try and get that second top spot. And Rangers and Hearts are currently, the way things are, with about 15 minutes to go, are both Rangers are 2 points down and Hearts are 3 unless they get back in this game. So that would give Aberdeen a big boost for tomorrow, to try and get something for tomorrow.
Yeah, Robbie Nielsen's been sent to the stand in the match against St Johnstone. So clearly he's unhappy with what's unfolding on the pitch, officials, their decisions. So he's on his way to the stand, Murdo.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're standing there and there's something went against your own side, Peter, you have a word and you're maybe having a go, just talking to yourself, but the fourth official standing there and end up, you get involved with him, and when you get involved with him, it's...
It might be, Murdo, it could be a penalty claim, and maybe it's been turned down, and he feels it because of what's been said by Tommy Wright, and he's maybe having a go.
But Gordon, anything can happen in football. It could be a throw-in down the side, and they never got the throw-in. Things like that, there's 3-0.
Oh, Ayr are 2-1 up now.
There you are, Rocky. That game is turned on its head with 10 men.
I've been saying it week in, week out. This isn't a runaway league. I think there are too many things can happen.
Queen of South will go top if that finishes at 2-1. Queen of South will be top of the league.
That's a perfect example. Winning 1-0, going down to 10 men. These things happen.
But the good thing for Hibs now, if they start to defend their 2-1 advantage, then it'll allow Hibs just to throw caution to the wind and go up the park and maybe get an equaliser.
With the Robbie Nielsen being sent to the stand, do you think Robbie's actually practiced that? walk during the week up to the stand.
And yours going there, kept the seat.
That's it.
The problem is, I just hope that he doesn't hang about too much on the touchline, because as Mark Hughes has found out to his cost, he didn't know where to go when he was sent to the stand. So eventually, I think he's facing a hefty fine. Gilmore scored the goal for Ayr United, incidentally, to put them 2-1 ahead against Hibernian at Easter Road. So that might be that little lifeline that so many of the other chasing pack are looking for in the Championship. Leicester now 3-0 up on Burnley, and it's an own goal there, which has given Leicester a 3-goal advantage. And Leicester City are just slowly but surely starting to get things together. Ruffy, with the win in midweek, their first ever Champions League win against Bruges.
Yeah, and I think, like Celtic, they'll enjoy every minute of it. That's the plus of what they achieved last year. To have all these games in Europe. I'm sure they would have rather been in Celtic's section for the fans, to have the likes of Barcelona coming to Leicester and that. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But no, I think everybody now is taking Leicester into their hearts, and I think they'll be hoping that they have a reasonable
Is there not a wee bit of pressure in Leicester? Because a lot of people are thinking their group is winnable for them.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. Well, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I'm not so sure there's pressure. I think they're in a situation where they're not necessarily in Celtic's attitude, where you're thinking to yourself they're just delighted to be there. I think because of the money they've spent, they'll be looking and saying,
that's right,
we'll get out of that group, But as far as the Premiership is concerned, I think he's taken the right tone. Lightning will not strike twice this season because of the spending power of the bigger clubs, Murdo.
Yeah, Man United, Man City, Chelsea spent hundreds of millions just because what happened last season. So obviously Leicester, they still spent a lot of money as well, Leicester.
Yeah.
They lost 2 or 3 main players, but they spent a lot of good money. But I think getting into the Champions League now, and it's obviously everybody thinking, first time there, it's going to be wonderful. And then when the draw came out, wow, we've got a wee chance here.
Yeah.
And it wasn't one of the groups with, obviously the top seeds couldn't be in their group. They were in the pot number 1. So all of a sudden now they're thinking, we've got a wee chance, especially after the first game.
It makes it all the more amazing when you consider that Nottingham Forest came up from the second division into the top division in England all those years ago at the end of the 70s, and then in the next season went on to win the European Cup. It's incredible.
And won it twice in a row. I mean, it was. I mean, they built a great side. There's no doubt about that, and it was amazing to think that that team had been developed in a lower division, what they always used to call the second division in those days. But Brian Clough did a great job. He definitely did bring in, or he get the best out of players that maybe hadn't been performing. A great example is John Robertson, who was an absolutely outstanding player, and he had so much respect. When I went down to play down in England, he was playing for Nottingham Forest, and everybody had the greatest respect for him. He was one of these players that before you played Nottingham Forest, he was always the name that came up. You got to try and stop him, because they did Peter Wyth and Tony Woodcock up front, but John Robertson was the one that created most of their goals. And
you'll never believe this, Gordon, I know you'll find it hard to believe, but I couldn't get John Robertson in the all-time Scottish 11 that I was picking with Ruffy there, Hugh McDonald and Hugh Keevins. Couldn't get him in. They wouldn't let him in. One of my favourite players,
really?
2-time European Cup winner, scored a winner, created a winner.
Really? And who did they put instead? Who got the place?
Can you remember, Ruffy?
All-time Scottish, I think. Was wee Jinky in there?
He'd be right side, but John Robertson would be left side.
He'd be well worthy of it.
That documentary was on about Notts Forest winning it, and they said the main man was Robbo.
Did they say that?
Robbo was wonderful.
Yeah. If you get a chance, Murdo, I don't know if you sometimes you get to ask for Christmas presents. I don't know if that happens in your household, because I know there's a lot of your grandkids to go around. So what Grandad sometimes doesn't get catered for. Yeah. But if you just look at some of your kids and say, any chance of I Believe in Miracles, the DVD, it is fantastic. Great music, great story, Cloughie at his best, and just a team of just wonderful players.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to get it or not. Are you looking at me as if you expect me to buy it for you for Christmas? Have you got it?
No. But you know the point, Peter, they always say there's 3 stages in every man's life. You believe in Santa, you don't believe in Santa, you are Santa.
Yes.
And 2-1 Morton.
I think I've been quite a long time in phase 3.
Okay, 2-1 Morton.
Yes.
Good. That would be a big result. I think Jim Duffy's doing a great job.
Smashing job. But you're looking at Dunfermline coming up, and everybody kind of tipped them to do quite well this year. But when you're going to places like Morton, you think you've got a wee chance. But Jim Duffy just seems to get better and better week in, week out.
Yeah, the funny thing about Dunfermline was I thought they would do quite well too, but they won their first game, and then they've lost the 4 since then. And this would be 5 in a row if they beat today.
There's Arsenal replying there. Hull City get back to 2-1, but Arsenal just scored a third.
Yep,
Clyde are down to 10 men.
Any word on Partick Thistle at all? You know, I've just looking here and said they've equalised, but I haven't seen anything up in the.
Oh no, I haven't heard that yet.
Just out of curiosity, I don't know if you've gathered what the concept of the programme is. Everybody chips in with a bit of knowledge, and Partick Thistle have equalised. Wouldn't it have been better for you to turn around and go, you'll never believe this, guys, Partick Thistle have equalised, and it's Liam Lindsay who got the goal.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get over West Ham. I've just scored, so I didn't want to jump in case it wasn't true. You know, so it might be in a correction, it might be in a disallowed goal. You never know.
Man City are down to 10 men too.
So
let's have a show of hands. Does it show of hands? Who thinks that Rangers game is going to finish 0-0? You not taking part in this?
Well, you asked for a show of hands, and I'm not putting my hand up. I don't think it's going to finish 0-0. Yeah, so I kept my hands down.
Okay, no, I thought you were just...
Did you want me to put it up with Murdo and Gordon? You asked me a question.
I just thought you weren't taking part.
No.
I thought you were staying neutral.
The question is, put your hands up if you think it's going to end 0-0. They two put theirs up, I put my hands down.
Just the way you were looking at me. Just the way you were looking at me as if you weren't playing.
Okay, well listen, from now on the competition is... put your hands up and make a face that indicates you're backing your hands decision. Okay, are you happy with that, Ruffy?
That's 2 against 2, right?
Listen, you're always guaranteed at Ibrox the demands of the crowd. They're urging you on. Ross County will be looking at it. They've got the type of players that can go in the counter-attack as well, Gordon.
Yeah, they have. I mean, that's the thing. Ross County, well, they might have been sitting in. Most of the teams have recognised that as a way to play against Rangers, is to sit in and hit them on the break. Obviously, I don't know how the games will go. We're not getting a report to see whether Rangers have had chances or not, but they've taken off 2 players. The fans will be looking at it thinking these are 2 players they were relying on to get goals, Garner and Wycombe. They were looking at these 2 guys, and they've both been substituted. Miller's on now, but still nothing's happened. Grandchar as well, yeah. They've got 5 minutes to go, maybe some extra time as well to try and pull this back. But Ross County will be happy with that. They said this was going to be a tough game because the new Rangers were going to be more motivated after the Old Firm defeat. Yeah. So they'll be happy to go down there and get a point.
I'll tell you who's having a great season. The start of it anyway is Robert Snodgrass scoring the goal for Hull, but Sanchez has put Arsenal back in front. But I think, even on the fact that he got by his own admission, a fortuitous hat-trick against Malta, who cares? After the difficulty he's been through, this is great.
Yeah, it's great to see him back, and obviously just take the first goal and just say it was. He tried to curl it into the top corner, but just to be there and his enthusiasm to get forward for the one, was it his second goal?
What about this one, Murdo? Queen's Park 1, Alloa 2, Flanagan scoring the goal. That game's on its head as well.
Yeah, well, there's Alloa. They've great confidence about them. They're scoring goals, and to be 1-0 down, and I think they've scored 2 goals in the last 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah. Do you think Gordon should have went a bit further and gave Snodgrass the captaincy?
Yes.
Rather than...
Are you want to show hands, or are you just kind of looking
at it? Let's have a show.
Yeah, I think he should have been the captain. No disrespect to Darren Fletcher, but I think
I think Snodgrass will play more games than Fletcher.
Yeah. Well, that's probably the only thing, because if anything, guys, I have nothing but 100% respect for Darren Fletcher. I think he's a brilliant professional, and equally so as a person as well. I've got nothing but
Peter,
highest regard
when you're
for him.
in the squad and you're the manager, and you've looked at someone who's been the captain, he was out with illness and injuries and all these kind of things, and he comes back and he's a model professional. It's difficult to take the captaincy away from him when you've got that choice. Because at some point, someone else, he's the captain just now, he'll maybe be away in a couple of years, and then someone else, Snodgrass, might get it, even within a year.
Yep, absolutely.
There's
Wraith have got 1 back, but it's still 3-1, and it's 91st minute, so I don't see any way back for Raith now.
No.
Queen of South are going to go second. In fact, does it go top? Did they go top today? I think Queen of South will go top.
Yeah.
If
Hibs lose,
yeah.
If they can snatch a point in the dying seconds, but it doesn't look likely, Ruffy.
No, it doesn't. Just reading there, Cummins has been taken off, which is he's probably in one of these games where he's not really contributing to the side, but it's this the discussion we had. If he's not playing well, do you keep him on?
I know.
You know, do you just leave him there?
There's a goal scorer. I know. Yeah.
Obviously, Neil Lennon has decided not.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go in the match at Fir Park. 4-2 could be a great win for Mark McGee's side there, Murdo. It's been 4 great goals for Louis Moult to celebrate. He'll hog all the headlines.
Oh, without a doubt, to score 4 goals in a local derby. But obviously Hamilton will take a wee bit of consolation out of the game, getting a couple of goals. But for Motherwell to score 4 against their greatest rivals, just looking at Albion Rovers, they're just getting one back in Stranraer 3-2 now.
Yeah, I'm just looking there at one of our former guests, Ruffy, Graham Holmes. He usually comes on as a late substitute for Alloa, and he's on again for the goal scorer Greg Spence. Greg Spence has been a great... Goal scorers dominate our programme. Greg Spence has been a great player for Alloa this season.
No, I just thought when he was on the show, the great attitude, what Alloa was all about. We keep talking about bonding at a team, and the manager there has got guys who have probably been in teams together, and he's matched them up again, and he's getting the response from them all because they all got on so well. And obviously disappointment last week, but to bounce back again is good for them.
Callum Patterson's header crashes back off the bar. What a chance that was to get an equaliser in the dying seconds.
Must have been a set play then.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he just kept heading the ball up in the air for about 20 yards.
He is good in the air.
Yeah, absolutely.
He scores a few goals as well.
Yeah, I think his delivery's good.
Yeah. But even from the other side, Peter, if down the left-hand side, if Hearts are going down there, he's always in at the back post area.
Is he better than Hutton?
I think he is.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think Alan Hutton's maybe just past his best. I think he's still a good, strong player, but I just think a wee bit of freshness.
Motherwell 4, Hamilton Accies 2. That's full time there. So a big win in the Lancashire Derby at home for Mark McGee's side.
I think it's a sore one for Alan Hutton. I cast my mind back to we played Italy. One single-handedly destroyed them up and down the flank.
Yeah.
You know,
great energy.
The injury he had, and to be where he is now, basically because he's not been able to play in a team, you know, week in, week out.
Aye. Well, that's the problem when you're not playing at the top end of football, and then it's an international game, and then you maybe get left out. But I think Gordon's the type of manager, and there's someone there maybe to take your place, he'll give that someone a chance.
Yep, it looks as if it'll be just by a slender point, but nevertheless, Queen of the South to hit the top of the table. Again, long way to go, but I think they have been the surprise package. I was speaking to a couple of managers who mentioned they may not have the high-profile names. I think Stephen Dobby is a great addition for them, and Lyle can score goals. But they certainly got a great work ethic. The managers have been saying to me that they work their socks off in the game. Yeah,
and that's the difference. Last year I think they struggled a wee bit. They weren't working as hard. But again, manager's in there, he's working them hard, and see the players buy into it, Peter, and you get results. It makes a difference if you get a result on a Saturday. You'll work as hard as you can during the week. The boys will be in the gym, they'll all be really fit just now, and then they're getting the rewards, and it must be great if you're a Queen of the South supporter or player looking to see your team at the top of the table.
The thing about Murdo as well, that they drew the first game of the season, but today that'll be 5 wins in a row, and they've got Rangers as well now in the League Cup at Ibrox, and the kind of form Rangers are in, there'll be a pressure game for Rangers to play against a team like, because everybody will be expecting, well, you're expected to beat Queen of the South, so Queen of the South will go there quite relaxed, I would imagine.
It never rains but it pours for Partick Thistle. Abdul Osman with a red card in the dying seconds of that match, Ruffy.
Again, you would think they'd be organised enough to get behind the ball and see the game out. There's not long to go, but you've touched on it. The Hamilton game was a perfect example, but that's when you've got to have experienced players round about to organise everybody and say, look, let's not let this slip. We're back in the game, and a point's a point for where we are, so let's see it out.
United have defeated Hibs at Easter Road by 2-1. And that red card has cost the team dearly, Ruffy.
Yeah, you think so. Well, obviously when Ayr United scored, you know, to make it 1 each, you would still think that Hibs had enough in the locker. You would have thought, as Murdo said, Ayr United would settle for the 1 each. You would get chances, you get corners, free kicks, but then you get down to 10 men, and then you've got a decision to make. You know, you've got to decide, you know, whether Hibs' 1 each is good enough, but obviously Ayr United have cashed in on it in 2-1.
What a good result for Morton. 2-1 against Dunfermline, Gordon Smith.
Yeah, that is a good result because Morton, you know, they're fighting their way back. They were up there challenging to try and get a playoff position last season. Didn't start this season too well, but that's a good win. But Dunfermline are on a bad run. I mean, they need to be looking at that scenario where, you know, they came up. They're a team who you always believe are above, you know, we're playing at a level below where they should have been. But they've come up now, and as I said, I expected they would show that they're a championship team, but they're struggling.
Yeah. Do you think they should be I mean, that's what everybody thinks. Dunfermline's a big club, but I would think survival in that division for them is the key. Am I overestimating that? Maybe Dunfermline fans thinking they should be challenging for the title?
No, I think the title's a bit too much of an ask. You know, I think getting in there, you know, and being middle of the table, if you can get anywhere near the playoffs, I think that would be a bonus. But no, I think it's just a time of just bedding in. The supporters have started coming back again. 4,000 or 5,000 at a game is good. So no, I think just stability would be their main aim.
Yep, what a big win for St Johnstone against Hearts. Robbie Nielsen sent to the stand, but Tommy Wright's side come out on top. Murdo MacLeod.
Great 3 points, absolutely fantastic, because you're looking at a side that people are tipping Hearts to go and finish second in the table. They're a strong side, they're well organised. But St Johnstone, year in, year out, we talk about them. You know, they're just so consistent, they're always up there. And games like that, when you're expecting maybe it could be a Hearts victory, and then to come away with all 3 points. Yep. Tommy Wright's just got them so well organised. He's got a good atmosphere at the club.
Yeah, and I'm just looking, Gordon Smith, quite a few people suggesting that Rangers could come up with that late winner. It's, you know, I mean, why have you got that stare on your face there? I mean, are you expecting me to say there's still injury time as well?
There is, they're into injury time, but 5 minutes. My hand went up before when Murdo and I both said we didn't think they would get a goal. And
yeah. Well, stranger things have happened. Kenny Miller has scored even 5 minutes into injury time before Ruffy on this programme.
Yeah, I can imagine Jim McIntyre and Billy Dodds at the side, you know, looking at their watch. You know, they'll be wondering where that 5 minutes has come from. But that's what happens when you go to the old firm. You know, you think that it's just going to go on, and you just say, you'll be looking at the referee, and I'm sure they'll be wanting that whistle to blow.
Yeah, the other great thing about it, Murdo, as you mentioned at the start of the programme, welcome to Glasgow, Mark Warburton. You know, someone suggested if you want good headlines, then you can listen to your English media counterparts, but certainly you're not going to get them up
Nothing
here.
At all. No, I said before the game that this was going to be a really tough one for Rangers, and it's going to be the reaction and the fallout of what's happened against Celtic. You know, losing 5-1, then you're at home to Ross County. All the Rangers fans are thinking, oh, this is an easier game. It's not an easy game.
Yeah, absolutely. Join us after the break to see if there's late drama. Football show. There's something strange is happening with one of the managers in the Premiership in Scotland, and I wonder what the background to this is. Mark McGee's already been in to the press, been and gone quickly. That's the second time that he's been in and out, and a lot of the press have missed his after-match thoughts. Mm-hmm. It's very unusual. Once maybe because you've got something to go to, twice.
Maybe you've got two things to go to.
Yeah, well, maybe, Murdo, but it's a strange one. He's been in and out.
The likes of that for Mark, obviously you like to sit in with the press and just have a good wee chat with them.
Yeah.
Because when your side plays as well as that, beat your rivals 4-2 at home, very comfortable by the sound of it. You're looking at your side and you just want to sit and enjoy the press. Don't give them a wee bit more time and talk about the good things of the game, because obviously you're patting your players in the back, you're patting your fans in the back and yourself.
Yep.
To say we've worked so hard this week, we knew the strengths of Hamilton, we've nullified them throughout the 90 minutes and we've scored 4 goals.
OK, let's look at the full times in the Premiership. First of all, in Scotland, to keep you right up to date with some of the major games today. And in Scotland, it's Kilmarnock 2, Partick Thistle 2, Motherwell 4, Hamilton Accies 2, Rangers 0, Ross County 0, and St Johnstone 1, Hearts 0. The other two games, Dundee against Aberdeen and Inverness Caledonian Thistle against Celtic, take place tomorrow. As far as the Championship is concerned, well, the league leaders at the start were Hibs, but they have lost today by 2-1 at home against Ayr. They were down to 10 men. Dumbarton 1, St Mirren 1, Morton 2, Dunfermline 1, and Queen of the South 3, Wraith Rovers 1. And we are only 15 minutes away from Falkirk against Dundee United kicking off. From the Championship into League One, hotly contested this division. Airdrieonians 1, East Fife 1, Livingston 2, Brecon 1, Queen's Park 1, Alloa 2, Stenhousemuir 2, Peterhead 2, and Stranraer 3, Albion Rovers 2. Peterhead were in 2 goals in front in that match, pegged back to 2-2. Let's go to League 2. I beg your pardon for the full times there. Arbroath 1, Annan 1, Cowdenbeath 0, Berwick Rangers 2, Edinburgh City 0, Montrose 1, Elgin City 0, Clyde 2, and Forfar 4, Stirling Albion 1. Into the Barclays Premier League, there was a big game going on at Hull. Hull against Arsenal. It finished Hull 1, Arsenal 4, Leicester City 3, Burnley 0, Manchester City 4, Bournemouth 0, West Brom 4, West Ham 2, and Everton against Middlesbrough is the 5:30 kick-off. We will go back over the scores. We'll get the thoughts of Alan Ruff, Gordon Smith and Murdo MacLeod to the results today, and we'll look ahead to the weekend's football on the Sunday as well, because there are a couple of Premiership games that we will be assessing between Dundee and Aberdeen and Inverness and Celtic. And we're also going to hear from the world's greatest player of all time. Pelé is coming up in this next section. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday football show, full time across the country. Let's go to Fir Park. It was a cracking game for Des McKeown to watch, Motherwell against Hamilton.
Full time for Fir Park, and it's finished Motherwell 4, Hamilton Accies 2. It was a Louis Moult show here at Fir Park today. The returning striker, after his goal last week at Dingwall, bagged all 4 goals for Mark McGee's side. It was a 21-minute hat-trick in the first half that set Motherwell on his way. It was on 8 minutes when Louis Moult first of all got onto the end of a flick from Ryan Bowman, coolly slotted beyond Remy Matthew in the Hamilton goals. On 13 minutes it was number 2, a deep cross by Richard Tate, headed back across goal by Moult, 2-0 to Motherwell. And then on 21 minutes, the best of the bunch, Scott McDonald miscued a shot, it bounced up, Moult absolutely smashed the ball into the net from 18 yards. Just into the second half, 50 minutes gone, and it was 4 for Moult, and it was from the penalty spot. Ryan Bowman upended by Dan Lyon, and Louis Moult, absolute cool as a cucumber, made it his 4th and Motherwell's 4th. In between his 3rd and 4th, Ali Crawford had got Hamilton back on terms with a fantastic finish, a great 1-2 with Grant Gillespie, a curling shot into the bottom corner. That gave Hamilton hope, but the 4th goal just after half-time really put the game in no doubt as far as Motherwell were concerned. Although Ali Crawford scored again in the second half, another fantastic right foot strike, ball bounced up and he's smashed it in from about the 18-yard line. Hamilton then went close through Brophy, Gillespie and substitute Bingham, but in the end up the Louis Moult show secured all 3 points for Mark McGee's Motherwell. It finished at Fir Park, Motherwell 4, Hamilton Academicals 2.
You can tell Des enjoyed that game there. 4-2 in the end. Louis Moult with a day to remember. Up at McDermott Park, I'm told that St Johnstone had 2 players booked for diving, Murdo. You know, the irony of it all.
Yeah.
And Tommy Wright has come out and said if it is correct, then the players will be fined.
Goodness me, if you start doing that now, you'll make yourself a few ball players going down too easily. But again, you're looking at it, and it's difficult enough, I think, for the referee. And I think you've got to make sure your players, you need to have a word with them and say to players, look, be strong, because you'll get your rewards when you get into the box. But if you're going down all the time looking for pens, then I'm afraid the game's going to get wasted.
The 0-0 at Ibrox, Gordon Smith. Rangers fans won't be happy with it, but it's off the back of the Old Firm game as well. It's a big blow to them. Celtic could be, well clear if they win their 2 games in hand.
Oh, certainly. I mean, that's the thing about it. I mean, they're already a point ahead. That's not even Rangers at a point. I think they're, was it 2 points ahead of Hearts?
Yeah.
So if they won their games in hand, they would go like 6-8 points ahead. So the Rangers couldn't afford to drop points, throw away points. But the fans will be disappointed with that, because they would expect a comeback after last week. Yeah. They would expect them to win that game, a home game against Ross County, and I'm sure they're pretty disappointed with that.
Yeah, 0-0, and off the back of that, of course, the Joey Barton issue has still to be resolved. We'll bring you the results of our poll that we conducted earlier on in the programme, but of course it's been a difficult week for Rangers, and by Monday or Tuesday we might be enlightened of the future of Joey Barton. You can give us your thoughts on that. We'll discuss it after the break.
What's the magic hat? What is that all about?
He used to wear a hat thing, didn't he? It was something to do with some hat he wore or something.
My pal texts me, it's no magic hat now, it's just a tammy.
Tammy, yeah.
That's not brilliant. No magic hat, it's a tammy. Alan, they've got a song. It's a good song.
Good.
All the Rangers fans, they sing about Warburton's magic hat. It's one of the ones that they all sing.
Aye.
But maybe know they now.
No, I do, I was saying that.
What was the result of the poll, Heather?
Folk will think that's a referendum. Referendum.
Won 3, now it's 11, 3 wins in 11, last 11 league games Rangers have had, and the form is just not good enough, and somebody like Joey Barton is required, because if he can get his form back and he can bring something to the club, then that's crucial if you're paying that kind of money out. But as Murdo says, there will be an aspect of what happened with him and the manager. There's no doubt that is something, but if I was the manager, I'd be saying, okay, it's happened, let's turn this around. We need your help. We need you to be doing what you get brought here to do, and you haven't done it yet, and you've got to get it going.
To be fair, apart from the madness that Ali McCoist had to put up with on a regular basis, I mean, I think in his last season in charge, I can't remember him actually coming into a press conference and anybody asking him about the football. It was all about what was going on, the chaos behind the scenes. This is his first real troublesome point in being the manager of Rangers, Ruffy. I mean, they managed to get the Scottish Cup semi-final win over Celtic, albeit they lost to Hibs in the final, but there was a bit of, obviously the fallout from that was nothing of Mark Warburton's doing. This is all about him as a manager now. Gordon says the form's not good enough, and he's talking about the attitude of the press. It's got nothing to do with it. They're merely reflecting the fact that he's finding wins hard to come by at a club of the stature of Rangers. This is not Brentford.
Mm-hmm. No, and that's why he has to sort of nip this in the bud. I'm surprised he let it drag on for the 6 days that he has. I'm surprised they haven't, had a meeting and done something. Because what he's done now is he's allowed 5 days of speculation. He's allowed us, people like us and supporters, to assess more than what we should be if we've just said, right, I've had a word with the guy. I've had a word with him, it's not going to happen again, let's move on. But it must be much serious than what we're led to believe. You don't send a player like that away to say, go away and reflect on what you've done, and then he goes on the telly, and then he goes on the radio and makes matters worse.
Yeah, I don't think, I've said to you at the start of the programme, this is a culmination of 3 or 4 things, building up to it as well. Incidents, just attitude, that I think has come to a head with regards to the Old Firm game. If I take Joey Barton out of the equation, Murdo, and suddenly say to you, it won't be about him soon. Mm-hmm. Now you're getting rumblings, saying, wait a minute, 0-0 not good enough off the back of a 5-1. He's about to find out as a manager. You can have a pop at the media all you like. This club demands standards, and if you can't reach them, if you can't win games, regardless of what budget you think you have, the fans are on your case.
Well, if you look at for the game tomorrow, Dundee against Aberdeen, if one of them win the game, they jump Rangers, so Rangers drop down to 5th. So all of a sudden they're thinking it's been a great start to the season because Celtic hadn't started their season, and then Rangers were top of the table at one point, and now they're dropped down to 5th. The big thing, you're looking at the manager, is how he's going to deal with the Joey Barton situation. If they shake and make up, it means Barton's got to come back and play super football, because Barton's under so much pressure. He's got to start delivering to the Rangers fans and his teammates that he can play. And if not, then the manager's got to carry the can. He's the man that's got to start looking at the team, and they play nice football, they pass the ball about, no penetration, they're not scoring enough goals. They've drawn with Kilmarnock, Hamilton, Ross County, lost to Celtic and beat Dundee up at Dundee 2-1. So all of a sudden that's not good enough. And when you're part of the Old Firm, he can moan all he likes about the press, be negative about things. He's the Rangers manager. He's got to make sure he's got to be sitting top of the table.
Can I suggest to you another further twist in the tail on this when it's Pittodrie next week? He needs that like a hole in the head.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's a tough game. There's no doubt about that. They've got in between time. They've got Queen of South, obviously in the League Cup at home. A lot of pressure game, quarter final of the League Cup. They would be delighted if they get through that and at least have reached a semi-final before they go to Aberdeen. But if Aberdeen were to get the points tomorrow against Dundee, then that would be pressure on Rangers going into that game, because that becomes Aberdeen could stretch their lead, and being the home side, they obviously be quite confident they could beat Rangers, which they are, as we've heard already. Players saying they think they can go on a run, Aberdeen. So Rangers are under pressure, because if you take it all in, Peter, looking at the form since they beat Celtic in that semi-final, that was like a turning point for Rangers. They did well, and that day they outperformed Celtic. They did really well. It was a surprise result to a certain degree, But everyone thought this Rangers team have shown under Mark Warburton they're on their way back, right? But since then, actually, it's dipped, and the cup final was a good example as well. They lost the cup final when they were leading. Their league form dipped completely at that stage, end of the season. There was some games. It was one of the games as well. They were up 2-0 against Falkirk. I think they got beat 3-2, didn't they? Was that a home game? I think it was. They were 2-0 up. Things like that. And then this season it started again, where you think, okay, they brought in new players. They got the promotion. They won the league. These games were after they already won the league, and they would say, and the cup final was maybe just a one-off day. But the start of the season has not been good either. The form has not been good. Quite a few games they've lost the first goal. They've had to come from behind. In both Hamilton and Dundee, the games they won, they had to come back and win them. And then, obviously, in the last week there, a 5-1 hammering from Celtic, and today a 0-0 draw at home. So they have to try and get it going.
Yep, and as many a manager will tell you, I can remember Tommy Burns highlighting it as well, and you'll know all about it from your time with Wim Jansen. You're only one game away from a crisis at either Celtic or Rangers. I don't know if any of the pundits here, Murdo, were calling for your head and Wim's after the game at Easter Road when you lost 2-1 to a Chick Charlie goal.
I think we lost the first two games.
Yeah, you did.
So it wasn't a great start, but obviously...
I called for your head, you are aware of that.
Right.
I was actually going mad at the appointment.
Should never have happened. But it's one of these ones, right at the start of the season, the Easter Road game with Chick scoring the winning goal, and then was it Dunfermline beat us at Celtic Park? No, all of a sudden. But again, early in the season.
Yeah.
If you're going to go on a bad run, that's when go on a bad run. And then I think we went to St Johnstone, I think we beat them up there. Henrik scored a diving header for just inside the box. And then after that, the whole thing started to change. A bit of confidence about the club. Players had settled in. Because remember, we brought in about 9 new players. Mm-hmm. We're talking about Kilmarnock bringing in so many players. We brought in a lot of players that year. And it was just trying to get the team together and get them working together as a team. And then eventually... it worked wonders. Yeah,
but I think we're in different times, Gordon. I think we're in a situation here where there's a greater imbalance, where if Rangers are, if Celtic were to win their 2 games in hand, suddenly the rest of the pack is really chasing a team that is also going through that transition. He's brought in a number of players. He's making changes. They've, obviously Brendan Rodgers is highlighting they want to try and do as best as they possibly can in the Champions League. But meanwhile, he hasn't even got them motoring the way he wants them to play, and there potentially could be 8 points clear. That's an ominous situation.
8 points clear so well in the season.
If they do it.
Yeah, if they win their games, obviously they can do that and they put themselves in a comfortable position. Another factor is that you're looking at the league, and the 3 teams we all predict to be behind them, and at the moment they're not, but the 3 teams we predicted to be pushing up to fight for the second spot would be Hearts, Rangers and Aberdeen. But the thing is, they could be taking points off each other as well, which also reduces their chances of getting right up the league. And then you look at, maybe you think there's other games where Rangers and Hearts and Aberdeen could struggle, and one of them has been shown today. St Johnstone are a hard team to play against, and they can take points. I mean, last season they went up to Pittodrie and won 5-1. So you can't rule out other games that the Old Firm, or not the Old Firm, but the teams below Celtic are going to drop points. So that's why Rangers have to get it going. I mean, the thing about it is they're still well up the league just now. They're not that far behind. As Murdo says, they could maybe drop into 5th spot, but it's only a question of positions. It's points-wise, it's not much in it. Only really Celtic can get the furthest away. But Rangers need to start putting games together.
But you can't kid on the Rangers fans, when they're sitting looking at their teams sitting in 5th position, Peter. They've got to start performing on the pitch. Then the manager will start getting stick if he's not winning games. Then his signings will be getting stick as well, because they'll be judged, are they better than what was there before? Yeah,
I mean, sadly, when you get the 2 of them back together, yes, you get the closer scrutiny. Yes, you get the madness that's returned as well, with the conduct of some of the supporters, which I think has been less than savoury, to say the least, Ruffy. But then you get this situation where we're all over it. We thrive on stories. We thrive on incidents. This week alone, he needs the Joey Barton thing. That intensified the scrutiny and the pressure on them. And as Gordon mentioned there, the next couple of games again, could turn it up the heat even more. That's the nature of the whole thing. And Celtic go to a team tomorrow up in Inverness who are not playing well.
No. And the media being the media will be scouring through what everybody's said in the past, but, and I brought up earlier about Joey Barton having a wee go at Scott Brown, and the manager saying, there's nothing the matter with it, it's just a wee bit of banter. And it probably is just a wee bit of banter, but it's more than that up here. It's more personal up here than it is down in England. And he never did anything about it. He actually backed the two things that he did. He went, come on, let's be realistic here, this is just two players or whatever. Yeah. But these things will be brought up, and these things will be brought up against not Barton but the manager, and then the scores will be thrown in his face, and then it'll be certain wee decisions that he's made, and it's all been brought on by one player, and that is why the manager has to come to the right decision, and he has to be 100% sure if he allows him to stay. When Barton physically walks into that Ibrox dressing room, there is no ill feeling. And there was a lot of players in that. There would be 15 experienced players in there. And if he said anything to any particular one of them, the manager has to be sure that that's, as he put out there, it's all shook hands. And I don't believe that for a minute. Not with footballers, because some of the things that are said in the dressing room don't go away very quickly. So he's got to be sure that if he allows him back in the dressing room, it's all forgotten about.
Well, the other thing I was going to say to you guys is Mark Warburton, after the game, has refused to talk about Joey Barton. He says it will be dealt with internally.
Well, there you are. They've just got to do it then. They've got to do it, whether he stays at the club or moves on. Then the manager, it's his decision. Him and the board, they've got to sit down. But again, you can't let this fester. You can't keep it going on and on and on. We'll let you know on Monday, we'll let you know on Wednesday. They've got to make a decision, get it all sorted out, and let the players, if they know Barton's going to be in their squad, are not going to be at the club at all.
I think that's the right thing to do. What he said, though, I think any manager would say the same, Peter. We'll deal with it internally, and so that you don't want to be given any speculation at all as to whether you're upset with him or everything's fine. Whatever, it should be dealt with internally before, because that's him almost like saying as well that Joey Barton should have been doing it the same. He should not have been out there giving his opinion on what's going on, what's happening, and to the media. That's why Mark Warburton will be a bit annoyed about, I think, about the fact he's gone public.
And there's no guarantee between now and Monday or no tweet something else.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll have some harsh words. If a tweet comes out, I'll be gobsmacked on this whole incident. The other thing I was going to say to you guys, of course, Mark Warburton's saying he's much happier with the level of performance from Rangers today, but happy with the chances created as well. That, for me, is, I mean, he might be in a different mindset. If you're down in England and sometimes you get happy with a draw, and you say, it was a good draw today or whatever, that's fine. Up here, no chance.
Peter, we've always spoken about it. If you're the manager of Glasgow Rangers, you have to win games, every game, home and away. And then to get beat 5-1 away from home and then turn up at Ibrox the following week, playing against Ross County, you're expected to go and beat Ross County. And a good performance, creating chances, isn't good enough. You've got to win the game, 100%. And if he thinks going along there and talking a good game about, it was good performance, we created chances and didn't win the match, that's not good enough. It's his job that's at stake. It's no one else's job. It's his job.
Yeah, I can tell you it's still Falkirk 0, Dundee United 0 in the evening kick-off in the Championship as well. So it's still 0-0 there. I'm going to switch just slightly. Don't forget you can interact before we look forward to Dundee against Aberdeen and of course Inverness against Celtic. Coming up shortly we'll be letting you hear just a little snippet of a special guest we have on Monday night's programme. It's an interview with possibly the world's greatest player of all time. It's certainly something that stokes a few arguments in the pub. It depends on maybe what generation you are. Who do you think the greatest player of all time is? We'll put that out as a tweet for you just before we finish. Who is the greatest player of all time? Is it a Pele? Is it a Maradona? Is it a Johan Cruyff, Eusebio, Alfredo Di Stefano, Puskas? There's more than a few names that spring to mind. Messi, Ronaldo. Give us your view on that at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter and Facebook.com/Peter and Ruffy. We'll have a little teaser on that shortly, but looking to the two games tomorrow, Inverness, we've already discussed the fact that Celtic are firing in all cylinders. Yeah. Inverness, Richie Foran still struggling to get it right. They're at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I think at this point he's got to look at his own squad and just trying to get them all together. I think because he's a new manager, it is new to him, Peter. It's a very difficult situation, and if you don't go off to a good start, you're chasing it. And for Celtic to turn up on your doorstep, desperate for 3 points, I think it's going to be really tough. I think Celtic will be very comfortable tomorrow.
Gordon?
He's turned it around a little bit, Richie Foran. He's got a win and a draw when they were started the season very badly, but you know they're up against the best team in the league tomorrow. And Celtic, I don't think they'll have any worries about going up to Inverness. But I'd be interested to see what kind of team he puts out, whether he'll rest a few people. But I just think that they've got a strong squad, and although Griffiths isn't fit yet, they've certainly got a squad that can win that game. I think Celtic will win.
Yeah, I think like Gordon, they've got the capabilities, they've got the squad. You know, there was 3 or 4 players get rested in midweek there against Barcelona. They'll be fresh. I know there was a couple of players in the team had a torrid time in Barcelona. You would think they would be able to shrug that off, and obviously going up to Inverness and maybe getting an early goal or going 2-0 up, that'll make it a wee bit easier. The only thing I can see, if Inverness were to score first, there'd be a wee bit of anxiety. I mean, Celtic, for some reason, have went up to Inverness many times before and come out know with the result that they wanted. So, but on paper, you would think Celtic have the players, the forward players, to score goals. I don't think the Inverness defence is particularly good.
Okay, and Dundee against Aberdeen, Ruffy. Paul Hartley reckons that he's got the ammunition to turn those draws from last season into victories.
Yeah, I think Aberdeen at this moment in time have been disappointing. I don't think they've hit the heady heights of last year yet, and Dundee have beaten them before last year. I think any time Aberdeen's went there, they've looked for an easy win, and it's not been. And Dundee have played well, so I think it'll be a good atmosphere at that game, and I think there might be a lot of goals as well.
Gordon?
Yeah, I think it'll be a good one. I think even looking at it, I think that obviously Dundee have got good players. They've lost some players, but they've managed to bring 1 or 2 in. But Aberdeen really need to get it going. I mean, they've got both the same record as I said before this season. They both have 3 draws, a defeat, and 1 win. And that's why they're sitting there together on the same points. But in Dundee, you imagine with home advantage. But I just think Aberdeen, for me, are still underperforming. They'll want to turn things around. They'll want to get a good week. I see Falkirk have just gone 1-0 up against Dundee United, by the way, in that late kick-off. So Falkirk are leading against Dundee United. But as I say, I think that Aberdeen will want to have a good week. The players are talking about it. They know they've got the cup midweek. They've got a big game at Dundee tomorrow, and then Rangers next Sunday is lunchtime kick-off. So they'll want to get a good result, I think, tomorrow, and I believe Aberdeen will win that game.
Okay, so that's the 2 games to look forward to tomorrow. Let's turn our attentions to the interview that's taking place on Monday night. Yesterday, in fact, last night, was a great night for myself and hopefully for you to get a chance to get an insight into one of the greatest players of all time. He came here to Scotland in 1966 with a formidable side in Brazil against Scotland. It ended 1-1. 4 years later, he was lifting the Jules Rimet Trophy for Brazil with a 4-1 victory against Italy in the final. I'm talking, of course, about Pelé. A number of you will have your own thoughts on who the greatest player of all time is. But on Monday night, you'll get a chance to hear the great man himself. Here's a little snippet of Pelé and why I thought he was the greatest.
I consider you the greatest player of all time. And not only the 1,200 goals, but you played in an era where footballers could kick your legs for fun.
Of course, the player, they don't kick your leg for fun. I don't believe on that. No, but it was much complicated than now, of course. I used to say for the youngest friend of mine now, I say to Neymar, today is a great player from Barcelona, from Santos. I cross with Messi and say, listen, now it's easy to play. Now it's easy to play. I tease them. Now you have protect, now you have the best, you have the travel, you go the first class. We used to go to bus to New York, to the United States. We used to get the bus to go to São Paulo, New York. Then I start to tease them, and now you got no private jet. It is but serious. It was a little change, no doubt, but we must respect Messi, because fantastic player, excellent player, Beckenbauer, all the players who we mentioned here.
Yeah, it'll be good to hear the full extended interview with him. Join us on Monday night at 7 o'clock for that one-to-one with Pelé, talking about some very interesting stuff in a club that he almost joined in Europe, who he thought was one of the greatest players of all time as well. His favourite player, and a number of other players that he enjoyed playing against and alongside. Great insight from Pelé. Of course, we can all have our thoughts on who we think is the greatest player. I suggested to him there in the interview that I thought he had the call on this one, Murdo, because he played in an era where people could kick lumps out of him.
And he got a wee laugh with that. He thought that was just normal, but he was looking fantastic.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
Do you think he dyes his hair?
Still looking fantastic. But he was a football player when you were a young boy, and you never really get much coverage in the television. You'd see the World Cup when it came around, or a cup final when it came around, but Pelé was always mentioned. Any time he was a great football player, Pelé was always there. The World Cup came along, Brazil, best team in the world, Pelé, the best player in the world, and it's never changed. He scored 1,200 goals. He was talking about there. Playing against players, because everybody always goes on that were better in the olden days. So he was playing against better defenders, better midfielders, better all-round players in his time. But again, the modern day young football fan, he'll be saying, oh no, Messi, Ronaldo, fantastic. But they see every single time they touch the ball, you can see that on television now, and then you say, wow, that was fantastic. But you don't really see some of the great moves or goals he scored, because it wasn't covered. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine the exposure he would get, Gordon, in the modern day when you think about a World Cup? And I think, if my memory serves me correct, I think the Czechoslovakian goalkeeper kicks the ball out to the halfway line. He volleys it back at him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did some amazing things. But the thing about it was, I remember having an argument once where it was a journalist said that Pelé was in the team at 17 in the World Cup. And he said, yeah, but you got to realise he played alongside a lot of really good players. And my point to that was, well, if it was a team full of really good players, that shows you how good he was, that he actually got in it at 17.
Well,
you know what I mean?
It's a great point you make, Gordon, because quite simply, Ruffy, the great players who were in the team in 1950 demanded that he be selected.
Yeah, I watched that documentary as well. They thought very highly of him, and I think he actually missed a game. The manager never picked him, and I think the experienced players went to the manager and said, you sure you're doing the right thing here? This is a guy who could light up our whole team. They were that good. And then they brought him back in again, and he proved that how much he was missed. Yeah,
another thing about it, it's not as if he was scoring mediocre goals in the World Cup final. I mean, the flick up over the Swedish defender to eventually catch it on the volley, Murdo, was something special.
Just absolutely wonderful. And again, one of my memories was not a goal he scored. The through ball he ran through,
Uruguay,
and he dummied the goalkeeper, and he just on the turn he's managed to pull it, drag it by the goal. Yeah. But if that had been ended up a goal, that'd be one of the great goals.
Yeah, it was a great header of a ball too. I mean, he's goal in the final.
Well, the header with
against
Banks save. Yeah,
Banks save. Yeah,
you'll never believe it. He did mention last night that his dad was a professional footballer, and he'd scored 5 goals in one game with his head. but he realised that he was looking down and not many people scored goals with their heads, so he worked on his skills on either foot as well, just to make sure he'd loaded the bases. But it was a joy. He'll give us the insight into his early years, Santos, Brazil, New York Cosmos. It really is a fascinating listen. Join us if you can on Monday, 7 o'clock, exclusive interview with Pele. There's more from us after the break.
On that, the document. It across yet, and Kelly said he actually knew. Good to see him. Good to see him.
Knew he was on his way.
The what?
If he just put it in that area, he would just run it back.
Nothing on it? That's fine. Don't worry about that. No, I know. But I think it's a lot better. Yes. I'll use the championship. Yeah. Full-time table, yeah.
Old enough to.
All right. Yeah, we can hear you.
You speak time or do you only time?
I'm in Stranraer tonight. Aye. I should stay up. I didn't realise it. I'll get there at 8 o'clock. Aye, because when you get up, getting to Montrose is alright, and then all of a sudden it's the last half hour. And you've been through the wilderness.
I wish you could go to that one. Who'd you get for?
Sandy's family is the only person that could fly.
No football people.
Montrose. You get a golf club.
No, it was a wee amateur thing.
Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. The great thing about deciding who the greatest player of all time is, you can argue non-stop. Everybody thinks they're right. Even on Twitter, we've got Hugh McDonald, who's on holiday, joining in on the programme. Yeah. I like to read out good things, bad things on Twitter. Not really bad things, but things that people are interacting and. Stephen, who has tweeted in, whose idea was it to dress the 3 senior citizens in uniform polo shirts?
This in case we get lost.
Scathing, by the way. It's absolutely unbelievable. The amount of people actually who just,
they want it.
They're off.
By the way, you should auction these ones off when you get the new ones.
Yes. Yeah, it's a very good point. That's a great point, Murdo. Who says we were getting rid of these as well?
We'll sign the form.
We've just got these.
We'll sign them.
That's a great idea.
You can do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that, Murdo, once we get the away strips. Fantastic idea. You're full of them today. And
You say full of it?
no, something. You're full of them. Okay, it's been an interesting day in the Scottish football across all 4 divisions. Certainly a few surprising results. Let's have a look first of all at the Premiership in Scotland. 4 games today, 2 taking place on the Sunday. Kilmarnock 2, Partick Thistle 2, Motherwell 4, Hamilton Accies 2, Rangers 0, Ross County 0, and St Johnstone 1, Hearts 0. That's the 4 games from today. Let's have a look at the Premiership table and see how those results affect your position of your favourite team. Celtic out in front, 2 games in the hand over the nearest challengers now. If they win them, they could have an 8-point advantage. Hearts losing to St Johnstone. St Johnstone are now joint second, 10 points. I think the goal difference puts Hearts in second position. Rangers 0-0 with Ross County puts them in 4th. And Motherwell with a good win in the Lanarkshire Derby, climbing up the table. Inverness have a big game tomorrow against Celtic, but they are at the bottom. Thistle with a 2-2 draw against Killie, managing to get off the bottom of the table. Let's look at the Championship now. All eyes on Hibernian and whether they could produce yet another victory. But suddenly, down to 10 men, Ian McCall's side were able to turn that game on its head, and it finished Hibernian 1, Ayr 2. Elsewhere, Dumbarton 1, St Mirren 1, Morton 2, Dunfermline 1, Queen of the South 3, Raith Rovers 1, Falkirk 1, Dundee United 0 is the latest score. John Baird scoring the goal there. Let's have a look at the table. And of course, this is based on Falkirk and Dundee United still to play and finish their 90 minutes. Queen of the South on top. Hibernian just a point behind. St Mirren still rooted at the bottom with Dunfermline ahead of them on goal difference. Let's have a look at the full times from League One in Scotland. Airdrieonians 1, East Fife 1, Livingston 2, Brecon City 1, Queen's Park 1, Alloa 2, Stenhousemuir 2, Peterhead 2, Stranraer 3, Albion Rovers 2, and Peterhead were 2 goals up in that match. Jim McAnally will not be a happy man. Let's look at League 2 and see the full-time scores from the bottom division in Scotland. Arbroath 1, Annan Athletic 1, Cowdenbeath 0, Berwick Rangers 2, Edinburgh City 0, Montrose 1, Elgin City 0, Clyde 2, and Forfar 4, Stirling Albion 1. So a good away win there for Clyde, and Edinburgh City still looking for their first win in professional football. Into the Barclays Premier League, it was going to be a tall order for Hull to try and come out of the game with anything at home to Arsenal, and so it proved. Hull 1, Arsenal 4, champions Leicester 3, Burnley 0, Manchester City 4, Bournemouth 0, and West Brom 4, West Ham 2. Everton against Middlesbrough underway at the moment. Certainly it looked as if there was just a chance that West Brom were going to mount a fight back there, Murdo, but in the end, good result for Tony Pulis' West Brom.
Yeah, I'd be delighted getting 4 goals, but when the opposition just kind of nick one back, you think you're quite relaxed, and then 4-2, then you're thinking, what, they got a third one, and it's all panic stations. But they were comfortable, and Tony Pulis now will be just comfortable. Obviously he's under a wee bit of pressure at the club just now, but that will help him.
Yep. Dundee United have just got an equaliser, Ruffy. It's Falkirk 1, Dundee United 1. Yeah,
I thought that would be quite a close game. Obviously, as you just said there, John Baird getting the first goal, but good to come back so quickly. And I think Dundee United will be up there with Hibs. I think Falkirk will be there as well, and obviously you've got to take Queen of the South into the equation, so that's my 4.
Tropi Obadiah getting the equaliser for Dundee United. Do you think Ray McKinnon's men will be in there? I mean, there's a lot of pressure on them to be in there.
Yeah, I think so. I think they will be one of the top 4 teams. I think they'll be challenging. They'll get things going there. I'm quite surprised that Hibs today, you know, the start they've had, I thought they would have beaten Ayr United, I must be honest with you. Ayr not at the best of starts this season, so maybe it's going to be tighter than we imagined, because we just felt Hibs are going to have a great run and burst away, but all of a sudden they've been dragged back. Queen of South are up there, Falkirk need to get their form going, Raith Rovers are very capable as well, and we know they can get results too, but you know, Queen of South beat them today. But as I say, I think all in all, it's a good division. I like the Championship. I think it's very, very tight, and you get a lot of exciting matches in there.
Yeah. Negredo has scored for Middlesbrough in that evening kick-off. He's been a great signing for Middlesbrough. Everton 0, Middlesbrough 1. Quite a lot of people tweeting in at Peter and Ruffy on who was the greatest of all time. The usual suspects are all in there. Some that maybe you didn't actually anticipate. Johnny Wilson, Joe Tortolano. You forget about certain players along the way. Murdo Joe wasn't one of the ones I was thinking of. Still in there with a bit of Hibs history. Did you play with Joe?
I did, yes.
Did you play in the League Cup winning team?
No.
No? Okay. That's what I like about you, brevity. But Messi's in there. Ronaldo has a
Hugh
place
McDonald, who did he pick?
none of the above. He didn't say.
Oh, that's an easy way out.
Yeah.
Hugh, come on.
I think in general, I think we've done it before. We actually all picked our top 10, didn't we, of all time?
Yeah.
But I think in general we're saying, and it maybe is an era thing because there was a couple of players, as we know from before our time, with Di Stefano and Puskas, who really rank highly, and we didn't see much of them. But I have to say that I think, in general, I think the three will be, I think it's Pele, Maradona and Messi are the three that it's between. Yeah. I really do think that.
I don't think I can argue with you on that top three.
But there are other ones of certain era floating about that people from that particular country would have them higher than.
Well, I'll give you one. I'll give you one.
Oh, I'll give you one as well.
Alfredo Di Stefano.
Yeah, I would throw in Eusebio.
Yeah.
Eusebio.
But again, you go back, Alan. I'm just saying about what age you're at, because Di Stefano.
Yeah.
I never seen him play.
No.
Do you know what I mean? You see wee clips in that in the telly, you never.
It was late 50s, early 60s.
Same as Pele.
Puskas.
But because Pele was always the kind of, that was the name. That was the best
Pele
player.
went to 1970, which we did.
Cruyff came into when I was a young boy. When I was 12, 13, 14, Cruyff was doing the Cruyff turn and all that kind of thing, and turning games. And again, it was the World Cup. I think when you seen a player playing well in the World Cup, then you thought, wow.
But what is greatness? Is it greatness? Is it a sustained period of genius at the particular sport? I mean, if you're looking at the two most iconic people in the sporting world over the 20th century, and certainly their impact in the 21st century, there are only two, Muhammad Ali and Pele.
Yeah.
That's it in a nutshell, as far as a sustained period of genius, performance, footballers.
Achievement.
Achievement.
Pele's achievement was greater than probably others, although you have to say that Maradona probably did take a decent Argentine team to a World Cup final. He won it for them.
Yeah.
Messi's not been able to do that with the Argentine team he plays for, but at club level, and what we've seen in Barcelona, he is fantastic.
See, I don't agree with you that it's just solely down to, as Everton get an equaliser, Gareth Barry scores on his 600th Premier League appearance, which is magnificent. They were all holding up Gareth Barry pictures to celebrate today, so that's absolutely fantastic. I don't believe it's just about achievement. I don't believe that model. I think it's about somebody with supreme skill.
There are some players, Peter, who's played in fantastic teams and won more medals and World Cups.
Torres.
And he'll never be the greatest.
No.
But he was good enough to play at that level.
Yeah.
But again, you look at the Peles, they're the ones that Eusebio, all these ones, they're the ones that you look back on, and that's the ones you'll always get a mention.
Yeah.
But it's not just about winning medals or how much money you've made in the game. Nothing's like that. It's just who or where you've been to for so many years and where you were held in.
And sometimes, if you dig deeper, Ruffy, you actually, if you read the books of the people who played the game at the absolute highest level and get their thoughts on it, Alfredo Di Stefano said Pele was the greatest of all time. Now, he's surely in your top 10 in Di Stefano, and I can't remember the footballer who said it, and somebody will remind me obviously over the weekend, but a footballer said the greatest player in footballing history was, and let's just say they mentioned Messi, and he said Pele is not, I haven't quoted Pele in that section, he says, because he's above any list that you can give. You couldn't put him in it because of everything that he had at his disposal. 2 feet, head the ball, scores 1,283 goals, 3 World Cups, 18 seasons with Santos, winning everything you could possibly imagine. And then and he said last night, which is not to be missed, he said, and then I retired and went to play for New York Cosmos, which I thought was a damning indictment on the American game.
In the modern world, though, if this was today, Pelé would have been playing in Europe. It wouldn't have been as long in Brazil, and that's one of the aspects that does go against him, because a lot of people.
No, I don't agree with you. Why does it go?
Football.
Why does it go against him when you said he plays Brazilian football, and Brazilian football dominated the world football?
It didn't really dominate. Santos did, because they had a great team.
Well, how did Brazil not dominate? They won the World Cup 3 times.
Well, they did. They won the World Cup 3 times, but European. I'm saying in current day level, he'd have been in Europe.
Listen, it's a great argument. It'll continue on to Monday night. Join us. We've got a world exclusive. It's in there on this programme at 7 o'clock. Who would have thought? Our boot room guest is Pelé.